All right, give it a few seconds. We'll get a.
You got the intro?
Yeah, we'll get a starting soon going. Yo, what is up, everybody? Welcome to the Blitz Sports Media Draft Show. Steven just dipped out on us on accident, but we are chilling right now. Very excited to have everybody here for the draft show. We got a great show planned for you guys. Dean, how excited are you?
I'm pumped. This is definitely going to be an unpredictable draft. I've been waiting a long time for this. Super excited for round one. It is going to be a beautiful chaos, if you will.
Absolutely. I mean, we're hearing trades already going on. People are starting to chatter around here in Green Bay. That's some big deals are going to be going on here. Definitely going to be very interesting to see what happens. I think we all know that Cam Ward's going 101. I think that's the one guy that everybody thinks is going 101 still. Not going to change there. outside of that pick, though, Dean, we're going to have a lot of chaos tonight. We're going to be joined by Brady here shortly over here in Green Bay. Steven's going to be coming back for you guys. He is part of our host team here. And, we're very excited to bring you guys this coverage, live analysis, a giveaway towards the end, some memberships. We got the jersey giveaway, obviously. Really good stuff going on here. So very excited to do all that type of stuff.
Yep, absolutely. The rumors are on fire. Smoke screens are everywhere, but let's see what comes to fruition. Cam Ward doesn't get a lot of talk because this pick has been in the lock for a long time. I think it's like minus 20,000 as of a week ago.
Yeah.
And people are saying the draft starts at 5, but who knows if anyone's going to jump up in front. It's going to be exciting. And as a Giants fan, hoping and praying at number 3 to see what comes. So very excited.
Yeah, I mean, the Giants are definitely one of those teams that have a lot of stuff that could, go many different directions. We don't hear a lot of Shedeur Sanders talk or Jackson Dart in that 3rd overall pick, but we both know that a quarterback could be an option for them throughout this draft. And we know they have a surplus of edge rushers there for the New York Giants, but interesting enough, they want to go get Abdul Carter, who, I had as my number 1 overall player. I know a lot of us had Travis Hunter, but I mean, Abdul Carter is a beast off the edge. Dean, tell me a little bit about Abdul Carter.
I mean, Abdul Carter is a menace. He gets the comparison to Micah Parsons, not by accident, and definitely not just because he wears the number that he did at Penn State. This guy's a beast. He's one of the true blue chip prospects in this draft. I think right next to Travis Hunter, who, like you said, is our Blitz Sports Media consensus number 1 player, but right behind him is Abdul Carter, and it's right there, 1 and 2. Abdul Carter does a lot. I think it's just somebody that you can't pass on if you're the Giants. They're going to address the quarterback position. I don't know when, but I don't think it's going to be at number 3. They're just going to add to that defensive forefront. And in a division with Dak Prescott, Jalen Hurts, and Jaden Daniels, you kind of have to. So Abdul Carter will be a nice add, but of course it's not final until the commissioner says. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting for sure. And I mean, we got some people in the chat right now. Jacksonville trading up, Bears possible trade up. I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see what some of those teams do. I think we all know that the Bears love Ashton Genty, and if they can find a spot to trade up and get him, they would love to add him to that running back room and make it very interesting. I truly think if they go add him, whether that it takes up to 4, it's not a bad trade at all. Get rid of one of your second rounders. Go get Ashton Genty. You have an absolute playmaker there. And I mean, a team like the Raiders is not going to pass on a guy like Genty. So going to be very interesting to see what happens there. As far as Jacksonville goes, this is one of the teams that we see a ton of smoke screens with right now. A lot of them saying, oh, they like Genty now. They like Will Campbell. They like Ted McMillan. The one guy I think that's going to be a lock, and me and Brady talked about this when we were eating, Mason Graham. He will be a Jacksonville Jaguar. I truly think that guy will end up in Jacksonville. It'll be a very good pick for them, and he's going to be a very good cornerstone of the defensive line. And for those of you guys wondering, I am on enemy lines for those of you Bear fans that are here. Great atmosphere, though, out in Green Bay. Definitely a lot of people that are very excited about football over here. Really good tailgating experience. Me and Brady got to take part in that beforehand, but overall, very, very good. And, just a great atmosphere over here. We're getting Steven back in here, it looks like, shortly. He crashed. He's the other host for tonight. And it looks like there he is. We're going to welcome back Steven. Steven, how we doing?
All right. Am I all good?
I hope so, man. You're so nervous. You didn't want to blow it, and you just crashed out. It's all good.
I did it. My Wi-Fi. I was about to have a lawsuit against Xfinity.
Yeah, I mean, that Xfinity Wi-Fi going to have to lock in here.
It was good all day. It's been good all day, and then it just decided to crash right at that time. So,
Steven, who are some of your prospects that you're taking a look at in this draft class?
Yeah, so my favorite guys, I love Luther Burden out of the University of Missouri. A little bit of bias there, but he is just he's NFL ready, I believe. He's going to go right into an offense day one. He can play in the slot. He's going to be
Hold up. We got some big news going on right here. Jay Glazer just tweeted, Jaguars and Browns trade looks like it could go down and talks are happening, but nothing done till done, obviously. Travis Hunter,
Wow.
Jacksonville Jaguar. Wow.
Travis, BTJ.
Whew. Could you imagine that duo?
Well, did not see that coming. I mean, that's something we didn't even think was possible. We just saw all the smoke screens, and Ryan, you were just talking about it. You know, the past week and a half, it's been they fall in love with Mason Graham. They fell in love with Ted McMillan. Now Ashton Genty. Now going to 2 for Travis Hunter, the Heisman winner. Oh, man, Jacksonville's got to be hyped for this. We'll see what goes down, though.
100%.
Before this, Ian and I were talking about, I was like, dude, I don't know if I'm like fully prepared for this. I've done so much research, all this extensive stuff. There's just so much coming out. It's such an unpredictable draft. I'm in here for 40 seconds and I'm already like, all right, throw all this work out. Anything can happen tonight.
Yeah. I mean, it's just crazy right now. And even, right, if they miss, the Browns don't get their wide receiver / corner in round 1, a guy that's very underrated right here that Rob Bart just shouted out. Very good receiver. They could find themselves in the second round right there. All right, guys, 6:47 right now. I'm going to take off for a little bit. I will be hopping in and out with Brady throughout the chat, and I will be back shortly. You guys have a great stream. I'll catch you guys soon.
All right,
Thanks,
we'll see you
Ryan.
later, Ryan.
Cool. I mean,
So as I was saying, before we got that bomb dropped on us, Luther Burden is one of my guys. He is my favorite player in this draft. I do believe he's my wide receiver too, behind Tet McMillan. And like I said, he's going to be instant impact day one in the slot. And one of the knocks on Burden is he's not great on the outside. He may not be a prototypical outside receiver. He can still win on the outside. He did that at the University of Missouri. Now, this past year, people look at his numbers. He was supposed to be a dark horse Heisman candidate this past year, especially after his sophomore year at Mizzou, where he exploded for over 1,000 yards. This past year, a little down, just over 600 yards. But that was more so of the product of the offense. There was a lot of things that did not go Missouri's way. It all started at the quarterback, Brady Cook. He went down. He was just nagging it with some injuries all season long, missed a couple games, missed the game against Alabama. They did not play well at all when they came out for Texas A&M. They opted to go to Theo Weeks, who's another dark horse that I like later in the draft. Not today, probably a day 3 guy, but it was just a lot of things didn't go his way. But you put him into an offense. I have him. I would love to see him on the Eagles. I am Philadelphia.
it's a little biased, Steven.
It is a little biased. It is a little biased. The Mizzou to Philadelphia pipeline, I'm all for it. But as much as it hurts, he would thrive well with Jaden Daniels and the Commanders if they decide to take him there. I mean, they did just get Deebo Samuel, and that's a fair comparison, Burden to Deebo. But if they were to take him, that's a great pick they get right there, and I would love to see him on the Chiefs. If you put another weapon in an Andy Reid offense like Luther Burden, he can just make a little screen pass, take it to the house. He is so shifty after the catch. He's my favorite player in this draft and who could go tonight.
I'll give you a dream matchup. It's the best matchup I gave for him in an article I wrote about some of these guys, maybe wide receiver 2s, RB2s guys, where I would love to see him in Buffalo. Buffalo lost Amari Cooper. He's still a free agent. I know they locked up Shakir, but Burden has such explosive play ability where if you just get it into his hands, he can make something about it. And Josh Allen's one of the best to get it out quick into his receivers. So that might be something. I don't know how many receivers are going to go tonight, but at the end of it, when you have teams like you mentioned, the Chiefs, the Eagles, and the Bills, they're always going to want to get the best available, and Burden might be one of those guys right there. So definitely going to see interesting where he goes, if he goes tonight, or he might be that guy where it's just like you look next year at the end of the season, you go, how was he a second rounder, right? But definitely interesting to see, exciting to see. Like you said, chaos is happening already, so it's very, very awesome.
I know. I mean, it all started when the computer went down. It really threw me off my game. So
you didn't want to blow it, and then your Wi-Fi did. It's rough, but in the game of football, we got to bounce back, take the hits, and now we're back onto the field again. So let's rock.
It's a game of unexpected. Did you and Brian touch on the quarterbacks at all?
Just a look. We were talking about more of the top of the top of the draft, 1, 2, and 3. Didn't go anywhere past Cam Ward because we just said he is the lock at 1 minus 20,000. It seems like the top of the draft might get shaken up. Nothing set in stone yet, but the rumor is Jags moving up to 2 for Travis Hunter. But we'll see. But we didn't get into depth there. If you want to just take that away, Steven.
Yeah, so let's dive right into the quarterbacks. I mean, it's headlined by, like you said, Cam Ward. We got some other names to look out for tonight. The other two that you should really look out for tonight are Shedeur Sanders out of Colorado and Jackson Dart from Ole Miss. Now, those are the two that most likely out of tonight, anything can happen. You could see Jalen Milroe slide into the first round also. I was looking at some draft lines. Vegas has it over 2.5 quarterbacks today in the first round at minus 125. Now, I saw those odds yesterday on BetMGM as a Pennsylvania native. I don't get up-to-date draft odds like you do as a Jersey boy, but what are your thoughts on the quarterback odds tonight?
Yeah, I kind of like that. I like the over 2.5. It seems like something's going to happen to where a team comes back for a quarterback. Cam, like we said, lock in number 1. It's Cam Ward. Shedeur Sanders, I put a bet in about a week ago that the Giants were going to take him at 3 just because I didn't know what was happening. Doesn't seem like that anymore. It seems like the possibility is going to be him to the Steelers is the hot gossip right now. But then it really is just up to, you need one more guy to go for those odds. I think somebody's going to trade back in. It might be the Giants. It might be the Browns. I don't know what this move kind of does. If it goes through, we'll stay up to date with that. But I think the Giants and the Browns are 2 contenders that are going to come back into the first round and take a quarterback of their choosing. Maybe Milroe, maybe Jackson Dart. As a Giants fan, I would love the pairing of Abdul Carter and either of Dart or Milroe. So we'll see. I like that a lot. I think that's a great money winner for tonight.
That's perfect. Now I do like Shedeur Sanders a lot. He is one of my favorite quarterback prospects. And I put out a tweet earlier today. I was like, the hype about this quarterback class is not a super strong class. You go get your defenders, go get your skill players. You're not going to find top end franchise level changing quarterbacks. And I don't know. Tell me if I'm wrong, Dean. Tell me if I'm drinking too much of the tea out there. But I really like Shedeur Sanders and Jackson Dart. And my guy I have, not tonight, but I do like Will Howard. And I think he will have a role in the NFL for a long time. Shedeur Sanders, we have Ryan Compton to Kirk Cousins, and I like that. He's got really precise accuracy inside the pocket. And when the pocket's collapsing at Colorado, he can show he's a magician. He can make something out of nothing. So he showed plenty of talent at his time at Colorado. I think his name has something to do with him not being well received. And, he is the son of Deion Sanders. There's a lot of flashy things. I understand if you don't want your quarterback to be a headache. That's the leader of your team. Shedeur Sanders kind of gives that off to some people. Don't know him personally, don't know what his teammates say about him. I think he's a great quarterback, and I think he could be the steal of the draft. What do you think, Dean?
Yeah, definitely. And I think this quarterback class gets this unfair outlook because of last year. Last year, the quarterback class was incredible. I mean, the first 3 guys, you got Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, and then the Falcons taking Michael Penix, who they are already moving on with, it seems like, into 2025. And then Bo Nix, who takes the Broncos to a playoff. Just last year's draft class was so good. They've hit pretty quickly. Everyone seems like they are worth their first round selection, to where now this year it's like they keep getting compared to last year. And it's kind of unfair. Everyone keeps saying like Cam Ward would go 4 in this year's draft. Shedeur Sanders will go in the second round. Well, unfortunately, that's not how it works. Okay, they're still here. I know I saw the reports that maybe Shedeur was kind of slacking on some interviews and whatnot, but I think he's ready for the NFL. like you said, it comes with the name, but I also think he is ready for any kind of exposure he gets, whether it's in Pittsburgh, New Orleans, New York, wherever it may be. I think he's ready. He was the most accurate quarterback in college. You don't do that by mistake, right? It's because you have the arm talent and the vision. I like him a lot. This class, I think, is going to surprise a lot of people, and there's going to be some teams that get really good value on them. And just also for Shedeur, comparing it to betting odds, it's been so up and down for him. I mean, at the beginning of the college football season, I think he was supposed to go he was one of the favorites to go 1. Now he doesn't. At the beginning of this week, his draft position was 8.5. Now it is 14.5. And I would still probably take the over. But we'll see how it goes. I think this is a really underrated draft class for quarterbacks. And I think hopefully these guys get into positions where they can strive,
Exactly. That's right. Now, Shedeur Sanders and Jackson Dart, 2 of the quarterbacks who could go tonight. Which one, if you're the GM right now, which one would you take?
You know what? I'm going to go with Shedeur Sanders. I really do. I think he's got it. I think he knows how the NFL is going to work. I think all these guys are going to take a little bit. I would probably let any of these guys sit behind a veteran for a year or maybe just half a season. But that's just kind of my philosophy. I just think guys should sit, and it always works out better for them. But I'm still going to take Shedeur. He's the QB2 in this draft for a reason, and I would definitely put my chips on him.
I agree as well. And that's not a knock on Jackson Dart. I really like Jackson Dart. I was watching some of his old games at Ole Miss, and I was watching the Gruden QB class that they just put out, and he was on there. Great show, obviously. But the way he handled himself on that show, it was just different than some of the other quarterbacks that went through. And he seems to have this natural swagger to him. It's not like fake. I don't know, just too much. It's not too much. Yes, he does the eye black, which I learned. I think it was in a quote I saw that he got the idea from Anakin Skywalker in Star Wars with his scar over his eye. And as a Star Wars fan, I was like, all right, I'm instantly sold. But
blew up the boards for Steve.
Blew up the boards. But he just has this natural swagger and leadership ability that he was out there when he was throwing to those guys. He had all the right reads, all the right throws, but just the way he handled himself was great. And I feel that way about Will Howard as well. I think he was on the show and he really handled himself great. And you can see that at his games at Ohio State for Will Howard. He just has this leadership ability that I think will keep him in the league for a long time. Now let's move on to the running backs. Running backs are a hot commodity in today's NFL. You think Saquon Barkley could have just saved the running back position and make them a lot of money. The Vegas odds, 2.5 running backs selected at over 2.5 running backs selected at plus 145. What is your thoughts on that?
This is a tough one because I love this running back class. It is, I think, the most stacked running back class we've seen in a long, long time. And yeah, like you said, Saquon Barkley helped that. Josh Jacobs has helped that. Derrick Henry helped that. All these guys that got these second chances on teams and exploded last year. This group is going to be really special, I think, and I would try to get my hands on any of them, especially if you're talking fantasy-wise. They're awesome. Obviously headlined by Ashton Genty, who seems like everyone's trying to trade up for. But then you have great guys like Amarian Hampton, and my personal favorite is Travion Henderson. He's one of my guys, a guy that I am probably just going to grab onto for his whole career and root for him as much as possible because I think he is probably the most well-rounded running back in this class. He can pass protect, he can catch, he can run routes, and he can run in between the tackles on the outside. So very exciting to see. There's a lot of other good talent. And I think if we're projecting it right, where other teams are going to trade in for maybe a quarterback, that takes away spots for running backs. So what was the line again? What'd you say? 2.5? 2.5. See, I think it should be the over. I really do, just based off the skill set. And there are some really interesting fits as you get down to the boards. It should be, but I wouldn't be surprised if we only get Hampton and Genty tonight. There's so many more there. You got Judkins, Henderson that I mentioned, the two Buckeyes, Scadaboo, Caleb Johnson. There's so much talent in this running back class that they should go higher, but I don't know if the NFL is going to do that tonight.
Exactly right. Now let's go back to Ashton Jeanty. He had a fantastic, one of the all-time seasons in college football, runner-up for the Heisman. Where's his best spot for fantasy football? His best value, where does he land tonight best for fantasy?
Yeah, so I wrote an article about this on Blitz Sports Media. It was a tough one. He kept getting mocked to the Raiders. I'll tell you right now, not my favorite for fantasy. The one I keep falling in love with is Chicago. I think him with the Bears and now new Ben Johnson, this new offensive line that they invested in the offseason with Caleb Williams, I would salivate at it. I mean, he will explode. Listen, he's going to be your 101 in your dynasty rookie drafts. He's probably going to be maybe a first rounder, depending where it is, or maybe second rounder in your redrafts. But if he's in the Bears, he's going to skyrocket, especially in those redrafts. So I think he would have the highest ceiling with the Bears, but I don't know if he's going to make it down to their pick.
Now, if you saw Ryan's, he came out with his last official mock draft, including trades today. He did have, the one thing that shocked me was he had the Bears jumping up to, I think it was number 4, and he had the Bears trading up basically to go and get Ashton Jeanty. What would your thoughts be on that? Would you? Yeah, for fantasy, it sounds great. If you're the Bears, do you think that's a good move?
Listen, I'm always for the NFL draft. I'm always about, if you are in love with somebody, go ahead and get them, okay? Because that's what scouting has told you, that if you're falling in love with this guy and you think he can help your team, go ahead and get him. I think I would love it. I think they are one of the contenders in teams that will trade up for somebody. I don't know. I don't think it'll be that much to cost, to be honest. I think the Patriots are like Ryan had. I think they're great suitors to fall back, because I think they're starting to hear that maybe Will Campbell is not top 4 material. And I think other teams are noticing that too. So if they can just trade, probably get the same guy that they want, it's a win-win for both teams. So yeah, I'd be on the lookout for it. It might happen very shortly.
Exactly right. So Ashton Jeanty should be, barring anything crazy and unseen, he will be the first running back taken off the board. The second one, unanimously, is Omarion Hampton. Now, what can you tell me about him, and where do you think his best fit is, not only for NFL, but for fantasy as well?
Yeah, so I honestly just kind of took it for the best fit. I did whatever I put for number 2 for Ashton Jeanty, because I was just like, you know what, they're pretty comparable. Even though Trayvon Henderson is my guy, I'm going to leave it there. Omarion Hampton, as I continue to watch tape about him, I'm not that impressed with him. But if there's somewhere for him to succeed, I think it would be in Dallas. I'm going to say Dallas with him. Yeah, I'm going to say Dallas. I think Dallas is missing kind of a top elite back. We saw what Zeke did for them when he was first drafted. Now, they're not the same prospects coming out of college, but they're missing it. They try to take a chance on Tony Pollard being the guy to take over from Zeke. That didn't work out. Then last year they had Rico Dowdle, who wasn't awful, but he's no longer on the team. And then Dallas goes ahead and signs Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams. I think there's something up their sleeve. I think they want to get a running back in this draft class, and they might use it in first round.
Yes, I have that as well. I think the Cowboys would be his best fit, and I have Ashton Jeanty as going to the Bears would be his best fantasy fit, and the Cowboys would be his second best fit. So it's about just who needs a running back, and taking a running back in the first round, that's something that's on par for this Cowboys team. I mean, that just a couple years ago, not a couple years ago now, wow. They took Ezekiel Elliott almost a decade ago in the first round. Feels like a couple years ago, but it's on par for this team to take a running back early, and I feel like Omarion Hampton could be the pick there. Now, I also like him going to the Commanders later in the first round. If you were to fall, I could also see a trade up, or the Chargers. I feel like he could fit in well there. I'm not a huge Najee Harris fan, so I feel like Omarion Hampton could give Justin Herbert a safe something in the backfield to take the pressure off of him and really just ground the ball, because Harbaugh loves to run the ball. So I feel like that would be a good fit as well. And third running back off the board, if the over hits, we both agree it would be Trevion Henderson, right?
Absolutely. My guy.
That is awesome. And Ryan has compared him to Jahmyr Gibbs. Do you see that comparison as a good one, or how would you compare him?
I love it. I'll give maybe not Jahmyr Gibbs, because I've fallen in love with Jahmyr Gibbs as well. So I'm just going to put him in a different tier. But I will say the comparison I'll give you, and it fits into where my favorite landing spot is for him. It's Alvin Kamara. So I think he should be going to the Denver Broncos. I think Sean Payton is looking for his Kamara. That backfield is wide open. Everyone was praying for Javonte Williams, to be their savior in the backfield. Didn't work out. Wasn't going to work out. So now Sean Payton, who's really has his handprints all over this roster, got them to the playoff. He needs his current modern Alvin Kamara, and that is Trevion Henderson for him. So I hope that goes through. I'm rooting for that, because then sky's the limit for this guy. I'm taking him 102 if he goes to the Denver.
I love it. Now let's dig into some trades. I have not been on Twitter to see that potential Travis Hunter trade, but I'll ask you, what teams do you view as some possible trade-up candidates, and why?
Yeah, to start from the top, I mean, I think it's Cleveland and New York. I think they are going to try to come back and get a quarterback. I think if everything stays the same, because as the Titans are on the clock right now, so it has started. If the Browns stay at 2 and the Giants are at 3 and they take expected Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, I think both of them are primed to come back in the first round and get a quarterback as well. We talked about the Bears maybe trading up for Gentry. I think the Cowboys, there's like rumors that, Jerry Jones has something in the back pocket and he may make a splash for somebody. And now I don't do who that is. I don't know, but it's definitely going to be a big name, because that's Dallas football. Jerry might not care about winning games. He'll think he wants to, but he also wants to put tickets and butts and seats in AT&T Stadium. So I think you got to watch out for those 4 that are definite candidates to trade up.
Awesome. Now, what teams do you think could be more in the trade back area? Me personally, I have 49. This is what I personally think. I don't know if the spook behind it. I think the Raiders should consider trading back. I think there was talks between them and the Bears, and also the 49ers. And it's kind of the same situation on both ends. Both teams have a lot of needs, especially on the defensive end. I feel like trade back maybe to the middle of the first round, get some more picks, so you can. This is a pretty defensive heavy draft class, if you ask me. I feel like if you get some extra picks, you can get some difference makers on day 2, even day 3. I feel like they could add some picks, get some more difference makers on the defensive end, and the drop off from the defensive talent from 11 to 25. It's not a crazy difference this year. Other years, yes, you can get a difference like a franchise changing defender at 10 or 11. This year, I feel like you can get some really solid, great players later in the first round. What teams do you think should be looking to trade back?
I'll give you one that I really think and I'm going to say it, even though we have a Blitz channel right for it. But I think the Panthers might move back. They do have a lot of holes. They looked really good at the end of the year. I think it's a big possibility, and I think it's a good move for them, just to get some picks back. I mean, everyone kind of tries to make fun of their trade up for Bryce Young, but Bryce Young looked really good at the end of the year last year. So I would love to see the Panthers move back. If it's, probably move back a little bit in the first round and get more capital with that as well, and find the best player available. I mean, whatever that may be. I think that's the best option, and I think they would benefit a lot from a trade back.
I love that. So as you said, the Titans are on the clock. They have over 6.5 minutes till their pick is in. It's going to be Cam Ward. We all know it's going to be Cam Ward. Do you think this is the right pick? What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, the funny thing was when when the offseason first started, you looked at the Titans as possible, get a haul for this pick, right? Maybe they stick with Will Levis again and just kind of, build the draft capital. But out of nowhere, they fell in love with Cam Ward. And as I mentioned before, if you fall in love with somebody, you should do it. If you're at the top of the NFL draft, you're pick number one, do not assume that you're going to be back there, because if you do, you're just set up for failure. They did their scouting. He's the best quarterback in this draft, and even with Blitz Sports Media, he's our QB1. And I think it's time to get rid of Will Levis, and it makes sense. This Will Levis was a meme last year. I mean, really, he had some awful turnovers, never working out, and now, head coach Callahan gets his quarterback, and now he can take it from there and really build around this team. I think it's the same thing we're seeing in Carolina, and it's the best pick for them. You get this franchise, you get this foundation, and you go on from there.
Perfect. And what are your thoughts on the weapons he'll have? Should they add some more on day 2? What should they do to really support Cam Ward? Because as we've seen recently in recent years, you really need to help your quarterback, especially young quarterbacks, right away. I mean, you see it with, for example, I'll just go back to the Eagles. Jalen Hurts, they made the not the Super Bowl. They made the playoffs at 9-7 or 9-8. I can't remember if they had 17 games net, but it was just a rookie Devontae Smith as his wide receiver 1 and Miles Sanders, and they had a great O-line. But then, they go out and they get an A.J. Brown on draft night. What are some thoughts on that? Like, who could the Titans go out and go get someone to help Cam Ward succeed?
Yeah, well, we just saw it. I believe it was today or yesterday. They just added Tyler Lockett. I mean, the Titans love signing older wide receivers. It's really incredible. That's not so bad. They added Van Jefferson to his weapon tree, he's not a wide receiver 1, but not bad. And then they try to bolster the line with Kevin Ziegler as well. So Zeitler, excuse me. So they're trying. The Bears are doing it this offseason. They invested in their offensive line for Caleb because he was getting pressured way too fast. And even last year, they paired him with a wide receiver 1 in Roma Dudze. So there's probably still more work to do. I wonder how they address maybe second round and the future rounds in this, because they still have a lot of needs. An edge would be great for them. But like you said, you got to support your young quarterbacks, as I think the pick is in.
Pick is in. Commissioner should be coming to the stage any second. If you're tuning in to the draft, we aren't able to show it, but we will announce every pick as they happen live. We will try and keep everyone up to date on trades, and we will keep giving you analysis on every single pick as it happens. And the commissioner, Roger Goodell, is walking to the stage. Do we boo him? Boo! He can't hear us.
I think it's going all right. I was gonna say you can just envision it.
Booing him.
I don't know if they want the access, they can't be doing stuff like that. So, but we'll see. I mean, listen, this is a new turnover for the Titans. Hopefully, they get their quarterback for the next decade, and the Miami quarterback. Go Titans! Moving to Nashville.
Love it. And what are your thoughts on his celebration?
I mean, come on. Oh, that you mean? Oh, I thought you meant like right here with his family. He's known this for a week. Dude, I love it. I love when guys celebrate. I love when guys are getting, are jacked up. I don't know if they're going to call this a penalty probably in a year or two. Who knows? They're calling everything now. But I love it. That's what you kind of want. Like, you want your quarterback to have, like you said about Jackson Dart, you want some swagger. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I like him. Have you watched the clips of him in the offseason when he was like working out with Shador?
I did. They're back and forth.
They're just like two brothers. I'm
gonna cut you off. We have a trade. It's official. Jacksonville has jumped up to number 2.
Wow.
I'm going to go on Twitter and find the trade. Here it is. Per ESPN, Browns are traded the number 2 overall pick, a 4th round pick that's number 104, and 6th round number 200 to the Jaguars.
Wow.
And I lost it. And the Jaguars are sending number 5, number 36, and number 126 to the Browns.
Did you wait?
Did
you say a 26 first round? You said that?
Did they get I'm not getting that.
Schefter says,
well,
yeah.
Gotta find Schefter. I don't know why I trusted anyone other than Schefter.
Well, all right, I got it right in front of me. So yeah, the Browns are trading the number 2 pick, 4th round pick that's 104, a 6th round that's pick 200 to the Jags, and the Jags are giving the Browns the 5th overall pick, the 2nd round pick that is pick 36, 4th rounder 126, and their 2026 first round pick to the Browns. Wow.
What are your thoughts? Instant reaction. It's just a shocker.
let's start with the Jags. Okay, let's start with the Jags. It's Hunter.
It's got to be.
It's got to be Hunter.
Yeah.
They're right. You don't need a quarterback. You have Trevor Lawrence. You have Trayvon Walker. So I don't think it's Abdul Carter. It's got to be Travis Hunter.
It has to be Hunter. I mean,
okay. So
let's dig into Travis Hunter here for a second. If the Jaguars were to go Travis Hunter, they're getting a one-of-a-kind player. Let's be real. He is a one-of-a-kind player.
One-generational, yep.
This is how I view him in the NFL. I personally would compare him to his former coach at Colorado. I'm comparing him to Deion a little bit. You know, he's
absolutely.
Deion, you know, he was a shut-down corner, and I feel like that's where Hunter will play most of his snaps in the NFL. Mm-hmm. But I do think in the right offense, he will have a package. I view it kind of like what the 49ers did with Debo. They have their own Debo package. I don't think they'll be running the ball with Hunter, but I think Hunter could be expected to be out there for 30 to 35, 40% of offensive snaps. And I think he could be fantasy relevant, like extremely fantasy relevant in those 30, 40% snaps. Because when he is on the field, they're not going to use him to just run like other routes and not look at him. He is going to be the first reception read when he is out on the field. What are your thoughts?
He's an incredible receiver. I think so. I think if he came into this draft and said, hey, I'm a receiver and that's it, I think he'd be wide receiver 1, to be honest. I truly believe that. Now he goes to a Jacksonville team that just got a new head coach in Liam Cohen, who is the offensive guy. I mean, his trajectory on how he got to a head coaching job is incredible. And now he gives Trevor Lawrence another weapon, right? He pairs that with Brian Thomas Jr., who was amazing last year. And then after you get all past that, this guy can also play corner. I mean, unreal. What a jump for them. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen the Jags be this aggressive. But, I'm stoked. I will say I love this way more than him going to Cleveland. I love it so much more. I love Stefanski, but it just seems like Brown. You know, if you're a Brown, you're a Brown, right?
If there was
Jaguars isn't much. Jaguars isn't much of a upgrade, but it's better, and there's optimism there. With you actually know who the quarterback is, and you take him.
So now let's dig onto the other side. The Browns, they traded back 3 spots and they get a first rounder and a second rounder. Do you like this for the Browns? What do you think about that?
I think so. This makes a lot of sense for them because they came out and said, even their front offices said, we kind of messed up on that Watson trade, right? So what does this do for them? This gives them a lot of ammunition that hopefully they go away from Watson in the future, right? He's not a part of their plans moving down the road. So this gives them ammunition that they get to move back. They can get the best available, whoever that may be. It may be a quarterback. That's the first thing that hit in my head. I'm like, Are they moving back to where they just go ahead and get a new quarterback? That'd be crazy. And then you have a second first round pick next year. I mean,
it sets them up well.
And they still got a lot of picks.
Exactly. Say they drop, get another extra first rounder, extra second rounder, and fourth rounder. And they could go out and take Shedeur. And if you play him, if he sits,
they go to 5.
They go to 5, yeah. So it's pretty interesting. And they have a pick next year that if things fail, they can just go out and just take a quarterback in next year's class if Shedeur were to.
Now here, the pick is in.
Commissioner is coming up to stand. Who is that? Is that Armstead?
Oh yeah, I think so. Let me see this. I gotta look in this. Things are in my head right now that I am just thinking about. Because you move to 5, you're really not that far back.
No, that's not far at all.
And if I said before, if you do best available or you go quarterback, we'll see. I don't know.
This is already shaping up to be a fantastic draft.
Oh my God, I love it. Can I throw something out there?
I am not. So you're gonna have to tell me everything, and I'll be peeping in the chat. Chat, if you can help announce some trades.
Yeah, I'll definitely stay on it. I'll be honest. I just found out he was a Jaguar. That's bad. That's on me.
It was Hunter? Or you're talking about Armstead?
Armstead, that's what I meant.
I remembered vaguely. I mean, you go to Jacksonville.
I don't know. I just always think of him as like a Niner.
Niner, yeah. He's
yeah. I'm so intrigued by by Cleveland now.
This is great.
We'll talk more about this when the pick. We have it on. I have it on mute.
All right. Who they pick?
I'm trying to read his lips.
Yeah, me too. There it is. Okay. Travis Hunter. Number 2 to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I kind of got scared.
This is a home run, right? This is a home
run.
Oh,
home run. Yeah. Consensus number 1 player for Blitz Sports Media. I mean, the guy does it all. Literally does it all. Won the Heisman on both sides. As I mentioned before, if he was just a wide receiver, he'd be wide receiver 1. If he was just a corner, I think he'd be corner number 1. And that speaks a lot, right? You know what I mean? The comparison always is the fun one is Shohei Ohtani, right? It's like, yeah, Shohei Ohtani's the best hitter, but is he really the best pitcher? No, not really. This guy in the most physical sport there is number 1 on both sides of the ball. It's going to be super interesting how they handle him. I mean, it just makes the most sense. He should have been the number 1 pick. He is the best player available. Travis Hunter, hyped as can be. He's probably just super hyped. He gets to stay in warm weather. Doesn't have to go to Cleveland. Now he goes to Jacksonville. Incredible. Super excited for him. And this should just be a real good one.
Yeah, if I'm him, he might be the happiest guy on the planet right now. He just was going to not Pittsburgh. He was going to Cleveland, no quarterback, just not really a direction for the franchise. He was going to be their savior, but you need some help.
Yeah.
The Jaguars, now they have Trevor Lawrence. They don't have to worry about quarterback for at least for another couple years. They
locked him up. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, they locked him up, and he can go out and just ball. And he's staying, like you said, in the nice Jacksonville weather. He's got to be thrilled. And I really like this pick. As you can see here, he was the Blitz big board number 1 overall player, number 1 at both positions. 6'1", 185. Is height is the size a little bit of a concern for you at all?
I don't think so. I think 6'1" is phenomenal, legit on both sides of the ball. That's the thing too. On the offensive, he the way he gets open is incredible. And if you put the ball in his hands, he's going to make magic. I think he is the perfect size to be a corner and receiver. Really excited. Like you said, you weren't gonna if he went to Cleveland. Who Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco throwing the ball? No, like come on. Now we got Trevor Lawrence, and who I know it's early, but listen.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence, better watch out for a big 2025 season for your fantasy leagues. Just saying. That's me. That's coming from me. This is even better. This is better. Steven, what's your can we talk dynasty fantasy too?
Let's give it to me. Let's do it.
How does he move up your board? Because I was always unsure.
He does.
Yeah, right.
It's hard because it's like it's tough because he is so, like you said, I view him as the number one receiver. If he just entered it as a receiver, if he said I'm not playing corner, if he never played corner, it's just a receiver, I would like this pick. Like I'd be like, yeah, a little bit early, but this is a fantastic pick.
Yeah, he's going to be in an offensive minded head coach. That's obviously where you get it. So
exactly. Oh, it's going to be it's tough. I feel like he does move up your board. I feel like it could be a huge hit, or it could be a miss. Like where does he?
Definitely a great swing.
I don't really know how to view him in fantasy. Like, is he just a flex guy? Is he does he really have the potential? He definitely does have the potential. If, say, for some unforeseen reason, he goes full-time wide receiver. If you're getting late.
Wait, let me just
that is a robbery.
Yeah. So before the Giants pick is in, I'm pooping my pants, but just want to share something I saw on Twitter with Travis Hunter. He said that he had 0 conversations with the Jags since the combine.
This is awesome. I love football. This is awesome.
That's such a Jags thing. But like,
you know what?
Yeah,
I told you in our group chat the other night. I said, to get ready for the NFL draft, I'm watching Draft Day. This is a Draft Day type move. Is Kevin Costner the new GM of the Jaguars? Because, like, they don't even talk to the player and they just go straight up for him.
That kid's way too young to be Costner. But, yeah. Oh, that's so funny. That's such a Jags thing. Oh, man.
Great move. Summary, fantastic pick for the Jags. Yes, they gave up a future first-round pick. But now let's move on to the Giants. And coming in for the Giants pick, we're going to add in another guest, our first guest of the night. From Blitz Sports Media, we have Andrew.
What's up, guys?
Andrew, what's up, brother?
Well, what a draft already. But like you said, like that trade up was a draft day trade. Like Travis Hunter is just a generational player, so like you got to do it when you have the shot at it.
There it is. Giants take defensive end Abdul Carter. As we saw that celebration, how you feeling, Dean? How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. You got the second best player in this draft. You figure out the rest later. He's a beast. He's a beast. I'm so excited. I was really nervous that there was a possibility that they were like, we need a quarterback. But you get Abdul Carter. The explosiveness that he has off the edge is going to be incredible because I don't care who it is. If it's Kayvon Thibodeau, if it's Brian Burns, both edges are coming at you. And then you have Dexter Lawrence in the middle. What team? Like, how do you defend that? That's what I'm talking about here. Giants, phenomenal pick, the right pick. And let's see if this is the one and only time we see them tonight. So we'll see.
I love this pick as well. I hate it. I'm an Eagles fan. I hate this pick. But for the Giants, I'd be thrilled if I'm a Giants fan. He's number 2 on our Blitz big board. Best defensive player behind Travis Hunter. But he has all the makings of a perennial all-pro. The comp here at Brady has He's compared him to T.J. Watt. I've seen comparisons to Micah Parsons. And I mean, the number 11 at Penn State, that's just a pipeline of in itself. I mean, it's a fantastic pick. Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year, first team All-American, fantastic pick. Andrew, what are we thinking about this?
No, this is a A+ move by the Giants. Like they're going back to their old ways of having that, elite defense that took them to a Super Bowl. And like Dean said, at quarterback you can figure out that later. But for right now, like I mean, I know I saw like Thibodeau might be getting asked to get traded, but I mean for right now you just gotta hold on to him for that fifth year and see where this defense goes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw it with the Lions last year, right? Best team all year long, and then they got injuries on the defensive side. Hutchinson going down, right. And then their pass rush is gone. Having depth at one of the most valuable positions is fantastic. Now, of course, like you said, Andrew, that Kayvon Thibodeau may be a trade candidate tonight. Who knows? But it's got to be for a move that you really believe in. But we'll see. It's if you don't, great. If you do, yeah. All right, let's go. Move on. So it's good insight there.
Oh yeah, they're not forced to make a deal or anything like that. Like
exactly
having depth at at an elite position like edge rush is like it's kind of like in what is it? Like you can't place a value on it. When you can have it, you gotta go get it.
Absolutely.
This has been
what a start.
A fantastic start. Yeah, I love the NFL draft. It's so great. I talked about this. All right, I don't know if you guys are golf fans. Rank these Thursdays: Masters Thursday, March Madness Thursday, and NFL Draft Thursday. I mean, they're some of the best days of the year in my opinion, and this is awesome.
Absolutely. I'll throw in a Thanksgiving Thursday. I'm a big Thanksgiving guy. But yeah, I mean, it's right up there with March Madness. I mean, March Madness, you wake up, you watch basketball all day. And then this, I mean, listen, as a Giant fan, my Super Bowl, all right, we're back here again. We're doing big things, right? So I look forward to this in many recent years. But yeah, you're right. It's just what the funny thing is, it's just gives you optimism. You root for it, right? We can do all this analysis, and we may be talking about 3 Hall of Famers. We may be talking about 3 guys who are out of the league in 2 years. You know what I mean? Like, it's just that's what happens. But that's the fun, optimistic outlook on the NFL.
Right. Like even if like a draft class like on paper doesn't seem that good, like you never know. Like the right players fall to the right teams. They could be superstars.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Guys, if you guys are still watching with us, thank you for watching along. This is the Blitz Sports Media channel. We'll be here all night throughout the first round. We got plenty of more guests coming on. We'll have Ryan coming back. We got our boy, our Panthers guy, Roll Coverage Pod, Nick. He'll be on later tonight. Thank you, Andrew. You're doing fantastic. Me and Dean will be here with you all night. And go to our Twitter page, Blitz Sports Media. We have giveaways running that will be announced tonight. I love this comment here by Andrew Horan. You guys a little ahead of me. It's all right, though. Blitz Sports Media, better than ABC, ESPN, and NFL Network. We appreciate you, Andrew. When's the last time
heard that rumor.
ABC, NFL Network did a giveaway like this? We're giving away jerseys. We're giving out memberships. All the stuff you want.
Yeah. Yeah, really cool stuff heading into especially the fantasy season, the stuff that we're going to provide, kind of like that one-on-one personalization as well. Really, get your entries in. It's going to be a good one. Man, moving along.
This has been a little long of a commercial.
Yeah, you know what the funny thing is too, Steven? Like watching all this stuff the past week, when I watch draft stuff, it's mainly like I always try to watch the guys that have the insider into the league. So whether that's McShay, Kuiper, I think Dan Jeremiah is a good one as well. They all of them been saying like, "Hey, it's going to start the draft's going to start at 5-4." This thing cannon out of the start. It's incredible. It's awesome. Like the guys went that we knew. We'll see what 4 comes, but the fact that the Jags jumped this and you still have to hold your breath with the Giants. Awesome start. This is gonna be really fun.
So now let's turn over to the Patriots. Patriots are on the clock currently with the number 4 overall pick. Thoughts on possible picks for the Patriots here?
I think it's been basically Will Campbell for a while, like this past week especially. There was a chance like Armand Membu got in there or like trade down or something like that, but I think they're gonna bolster the offensive line to protect Drake May.
Yeah, absolutely.
What would you do here?
Yeah, we mentioned it before. You have to build a foundation around your young quarterback. Last year, you take Drake May to be the head of your franchise, right? Now you just got to build around him, whether that's weapons or it's that offensive line. I think it would be too early for any other receiver that wasn't named Travis Hunter. So I think you do. You get the tackle that you want. The looks of things, like Andrew was saying, there's some other contenders that maybe should be here. I don't know. I think, the pick is in. So I think we're going to see a tackle. I was just going to say maybe last minute, pull back. But I think it's going to be some foundation for Drake May here for the future. So we might see his new best friend in left tackle.
Yep, there it is.
Credit Andrew Kim. He said Will Campbell. Nailed it.
First on it. You heard it here first on the Blitz Sports Media Draft Show. We were first. All right, Will Campbell, like you said, he's going to be protecting Drake May's blind side. He was our 7th overall player, best offensive tackle available, and best offensive lineman in general on our big board. Big dude, 6'6", 323 pounds, first team All-American this year, 2-time first team All-SEC guy. Ryan over here said he's the most polished and decorated offensive lineman in the draft, mauls defenders in the ground game while having elite recovery ability. The arm length won't stop Campbell from being an impact player day one, which he will be. He's going to step in day one and start at one of the tackle positions for the New England Patriots, and player competent to Ryan Ramczyk, who just retired. I feel like that's a really good comp. What do you guys think about this pick?
Andrew, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this was, I think going back to even last year, like he was a top name at the tackle position in general. And then, with all the draft buzz about, his arms aren't long enough or anything like that. Like the Patriots didn't overthink it. And, even if he couldn't play tackle, he could just be a solid guard. Like that, I don't see that as a negative per se. Like I think whatever it is, they need offensive line, like just in general.
Yeah, definitely. He to do it at such a great level in the SEC. I think that holds a lot of weight. I really think it does. So, yeah, like I said, he's not on these boards. He's not at the top of the list by any mistake, right? Or it's not like he's like paying us to hype him up, right? He's here for a reason. Looking swaggy as all hell in those pinstripes. What a mafia look he's got. But this is what you got to do as a team. I mean, this is why the Patriots, have success. I mean, also just drafting the GOAT in like pick 199, that helps too. But really, this is the foundation, and this just makes sense for Mike Vrabel to come in and get a guy like this. It's kind of the same thing that we saw last year with Harbaugh coming into the Chargers. Like, yeah, he could have got a weapon. He maybe thinks about Malik Neighbors too often, but he wanted to get that support for his franchise quarterback and Justin Herbert.
We have the Browns. The pick is in. What are we thinking about the Browns pick here? This is going to be interesting. Do they go quarterback?
Ooh.
Or do they go best available player? Do they go, I don't know, like Mason Graham? Do they go I think you got to go. I personally would love to take Shador Sanders here.
You know what? I was thinking kind of in my head before when I was like getting a little crazy here. Why not Ashton Genty? Nick Chubb is gone. He's not there anymore. There's only Jerome Ford. Ashton Genty in Cleveland might not be the worst. They signed Kenny Pickett. I mean, they traded for Kenny Pickett. They signed Flacco back. You got a lot of capital. I guess the quarterback position would make sense as well. I don't know, Andrew. What do you think, man?
Yeah, for sure, either quarterback or running back. But I guess it's been kind of quiet on just like the defensive side of the ball. They potentially would have taken Carter, but obviously they traded out, so they obviously were willing to risk that. But yeah, I mean, with the rumor for Genty going the top 10 just in general, like why not? Like he would just give him the ball, and then the QB situation will work itself out.
I love that they signed Joe Flacco this offseason. I think, and that is why I think they should go Shador Sanders here instead of a running back. I still view running back as blanking on what I'm just about to say. I don't think
valuable.
No, they're valuable. Don't get me wrong. They are.
Okay.
Saquon Barkley proved they are valuable. I think it's just like a fashion pick. I don't think you take when you have as many holes.
Like a cherry on top.
Yeah, it's
you don't build your team around them.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying. A luxury. It's a luxury pick. If you can go out
there,
and
you go.
Ashton Genty, I feel like that's something that you get to go over the top. And I don't think a team with this many holes, Ashton Genty can only do so much on offense. He can do a lot, I bet. But I think going with a quarterback here, have him sit behind Flacco for half the season, see what you have. You have a quarterback, then you get an extra pick next year to go and get some defenders, some skill positions, and then you go for it. Commissioner's walking up. Let's see who it is.
I can't believe it's actually in, though, too. Like, I wonder if they consider trading. We'll see who they pick, but
they consider another trade down?
They could have, right? Especially if somebody wanted.
Is that Mason Graham?
That's nice.
I do enjoy this a lot. That's a fantastic pick.
That's fun.
Wow.
You re-sign, you get Myles Garrett, you sign him back, you make sure he's in Cleveland, and now you just pair him with the best defensive tackle. I mean, it's unreal. Mason Graham's going to be a problem now. Someone that you probably got to worry about right in the middle, but then now you pair him with, like I said, Myles Garrett on the outside. It's going to be hard to contain both. Wow. And you get one of the best defensive players, and now you still have the draft capital that if you want to do something crazy later, you can. Exactly. This is just Andrew mentioned it kind of with the Giants, like Giants going back to that just hard defensive football.
I love
the same thing with the Browns, right?
Let me just break this down real quick. So they were at 2.
Yep.
They trade down 3 spots. They add on the 36th pick and a first rounder next year. That's already fantastic. And so you're adding a first rounder and a early second rounder to get the 3rd overall player at number 5. I feel like that's fantastic value. Home run for the Browns here. He's our best highly ranked defensive tackle, 6'3", 320. Player comp, Jeffrey Simons. I mean, that's a fantastic player right there. I mean, if you can get half of that, that's a long-term NFL player right there. This is a great pick. Andrew, what are you thinking about this pick for the Browns?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I guess I'm interested in what they want to do at quarterback, but obviously, Myles Garrett is okay with that based on, pre-draft interviews and things like that. They've been missing a solid DT for a while now, and, Graham has had, a quiet process. He's been kind of, falling, but it's get the best defensive player on the board and, have it work out.
Yeah, I think this is a home run pick for the Browns here. I mean, getting that extra first rounder next year, getting a late or early 36th overall this year, and getting the third overall, our third best player. Pair him with Myles Garrett, who they're keeping. I think this D-line is going to be scary. It's going to be hard to run against them, and they're going to collapse the pocket really quickly.
Yeah, and it just takes so much pressure off Garrett. This is just going to be a team that's really going to grind out some wins. And it's fun because you add to that defense, which is great. And then, we'll see what the rest of the offense looks like at the end of this draft. But Kevin Stefanski's a phenomenal head coach. I mean, really, you saw what he did with Joe Flacco, So to put them, they'll probably be in a nice position to where they may win games. They may be ugly, but they may win some games here in a tough division.
And that fits that division right there. I mean,
yeah,
that division is always low-scoring, hard-nosed, defensive, run-the-ball football. And I feel like that fits their team. They just go out and get a running back. I mean, there's not many guys left. They can go out. Hey, for example, that 36th pick they just picked up, Travion Henderson falls out of the first round. You scoop him up.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys.
There's tons of guys. There's a fantastic running back class. I think this is a great home run move by the Browns. 10 out of 10. Browns fans should be happy. It's like draft day. They're all happy at the end.
Kevin Costner at it again. That son of a.
All right, let's move on to the next pick. Raiders are on the clock. It says the pick is in. What are we thinking for the Raiders here?
Ooh. I mean,
is this for Ashton Jeanty?
That's what it's been. That's what it's been. It doesn't make sense to me. Pete Carroll has drafted one running back in the first round in recent memory, and that was Rashad Penny. Didn't work out. I don't get it if it's Jeanty. But I don't know, man. I mean,
it's generational, but it's a luxury pick.
Yes, exactly. And you're still, I don't know, it looks like it is.
It announced it's Jeanty.
Wow. Okay.
Yep.
Ashton Jeanty, just like that. The newest Raider. Instant reaction.
Let me gather my thoughts. Andrew, please.
Sure. I don't know. Like, based on like draft history and building from the trenches, man, I would have potentially taken Membu, but maybe they just didn't see him as a fit for whatever reason. Or Kelvin Banks, like the last 2 days, he's been getting a lot of smoke to potentially land in Vegas, but they want the star running back. They can have him, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's sexy as hell. Not him physically, just saying the pick. It's you know what? If you're sitting here and if you're a Vegas fan, you're watching, you gotta get yourself hyped. You know what I mean? You got the best running back in the country on your team. You just went and got Geno Smith. Pete Carroll is calling plays for you. This is just it's I don't know. It's great. It's great. Be optimistic. I'm still picking him 101 in Dynasty. I don't care. Look at him. Look at this guy. He's so hyped.
He's such a likable guy. He's really such a likable guy.
Yeah. I'm going to root for him. It's awesome. I don't know.
Yeah.
Not my favorite landing spot, but you saw it coming.
Yeah, exactly right. This I feel like is the first thing that was predicted that was still uncertain, but like everyone was leaning towards that, and it's the first one to happen. Ashton Jeanty, number 6 overall to the Raiders here. He's our 6th ranked player on the big board, standing at 5'9", 211 pounds. He was the Doak Walker Award winner last year, as well as the Maxwell Award. He's a generational guy at running back. Ryan has compared him to Alvin Kamara with his elite vision, burst, and yak ability. Makes him ready. Opposing defenses are going to have nightmares against him. He's a fantastic player. He showed that at Boise. He was the runner-up for the Heisman, like I said. Dean, fantasy-wise, you kind of touched on it a little bit.
Yeah, so
those thoughts on in dynasty drafts. He's still your number 1. In redraft, where do you think he's going?
Yeah, I mentioned in the pre-show, dynasty owners, if you have 101, don't worry about it. You're still taking them, me included. Redraft, I'd be a little optimistic. I think if you're at the end of the first, maybe, I think he's if you're very optimistic about him, how you feel, maybe taking the chance on him and getting a wraparound, right? Or maybe seeing if he falls to you early in that second. That's my quick, right, initial reaction. That's how I see it in redraft. He's going to get kind of the Bijan treatment to where guys were taking him and he hasn't even played a snap yet. And listen, he's earned that. He has earned that. So I would look for him in those late second if you're feeling juicy. But if you get him, early second, late first. Sorry, that's how I view him right now.
Yeah, I feel like that's around where he's gonna go. And if you just look at the trends of the past decade of first round running backs, their hit rate in fantasy is spectacular. And I feel like Genty will be no different. Maybe the landing spot isn't as ideal as you wanted. It would have been amazing if he went to the Bears. I feel like you could have taken him early as middle of the first if he went to the Bears. And I don't feel like that would be a reach. I agree. First round, he's still your 101. If you can get him in the early to mid second, I feel like it's a solid pick. He's gonna be a top 10 running back for fantasy this year. And I mean, he's a Raider. He's just gonna get he's gonna get so much volume, I feel like, this year.
Absolutely. Yep.
Great. Andrew, I'm gonna depart ways with you. It was great having you on. We'll have you on later, hopefully. Thank you for joining us. Andrew, anywhere you want to plug, what are you doing on Blitz and your Twitter?
Sure. You can follow my work at Blitz Sports Media. And my Twitter handle is KookieKim1357. But I have a Ravens Blitz account as well. Hopefully I'll be back on here for that pick. But yeah, it's been a pleasure, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. We'll have you back on for the Ravens pick if you're still available. Thank you. This has been a fantastic draft. I am loving this. This is great.
Very intriguing. Very intriguing. We heard the thing. We heard Genty Raiders, but then I'm telling you, man, smoke screens, they're real. They're real.
It got me all messed up the past 2 days.
Unbelievable.
Like I said, I'm fully prepared, and then I'm just woke up today. I'm I'm clueless.
Yeah. That's great. It's great. It's fun to see him go so high. He's such a good running back. I mean, that's why he's on the top here. So we'll see what the rest holds for us. I think there's a lot of still question marks. We don't know what's going to happen next.
Marks.
Mm-hmm.
Next, so the Jets are on the clock right now. What do you think the Jets should be looking at here?
Yeah, so as a fellow New Jerseyan, as the state is split into Jets green and Giants blue, this is a tough one. I really am. I was trying to talk to a lot of Jet fans to see, where they are sitting at, and they're all pretty much divided. I'll put it in two realms. Sexy pick, awesome pick, Tyler Warren. I think getting the tight end. I think the Jets kind of have this little buyer's remorse that they didn't get Bowers, but at the same time, this is a whole new regime. We'll see how they do it. Aaron Glenn taking the helm for the Jets, bringing over the passing coordinator from the Lions. Listen, they did pretty well when they had Sam Laporta, right? So why not get a blue chip tight end to add to your offense, especially with adding Justin Fields, who is phenomenal with the tight end. I mean, we saw him really he kind of got Cole Kmet his contract with the Bears, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
But also at the same time, if you want to take a step back, if you want to think foundationally, this might be a tackle. This might be Armand Membu off the board to where they build up a young offensive line for Justin Fields or probably the quarterback of their future next year. Just saying, that might be the thing. So I'm really looking tackle or tight end. That's what I'm thinking here. I don't know about you.
Here, how we doing? How's the draft feeling?
Man, it is crazy over here. I got to fix my camera back to the middle. Hope you guys are having a good stream.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be popping in and out right now. Some of these prospects are taking a little bit to get out here. No worries, biggest moment of their life right now. But this has been, honestly, before the smoke screens, this is exactly what we expected.
Yeah. This
Right?
is
Like, this is around what we expected for the first 7 picks.
University of Missouri. Great pick right there.
Yep, 100%. Once I saw they went trenches, I wasn't surprised. They have struggled to find a guy that's been that big-time tackle consistency for them here in New York for quite some time. And I know Tyler Warren's available, but now that leaves a team like the Bears. Who knows? That's a team that I don't know where they're going to go at 10. Tight end. They could go Malachi Starks, who me and Brady both really like as well. Definitely going to be very interesting to see where they go there. But all in all, like, this draft is playing out how we expected prior to the smoke screens, except for that Travis Hunter move by the Jacksonville Jaguars, which I absolutely love for both sides. The Jaguars, you get yourself a two-way superstar. I'm lagging a little bit. The connection's not great over here.
You sound good on our end.
Like I said, Travis Hunter, two-way player, both sides of the ball. They needed both those. And then the Browns, you add another first-round pick next year to go dabble into a quarterback that they might like even more than Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart. So it's very fascinating there. All in all, though, we're going to keep seeing how this thing plays out. I'm going to pop through with some giveaways for you guys. Brady's going to pop through here soon, and I will catch you guys soon. Hey, Nick, if you're in here, don't freak out if Jalen Walker is the pick for the Panthers. Letting you know right now, it's going to be worrisome if he is, and don't freak out on stream.
Awesome.
All right,
awesome.
so Marvin,
cool. Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. All right, I'll catch you guys soon.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, so Armand Membu, the pick here for the Jets. He's our 11th ranked prospect and our second overall tackle. And he's a big dude. He is 6'4", 332 pounds out of the University of Missouri. Maybe not the only University of Missouri guy picked tonight.
No.
Two-time second team All SEC. And he, just like I said, he's a freak of nature. He's 39 on Bruce Feldman's freaks list. Talented tackle, fluid in pass protection, freak athlete, like we said. Tristan Wirfs, he's another freak athlete. If he comped to Tristan Wirfs, I feel like this is a great pick for the Jets. Hopefully he's their tackle for a long time. Dean, what are we thinking about this?
Yeah, like I said before, I mean, these are moving fast. Carolina's pick is in.
These are moving quick.
This is I'll make it quick about him. Remember, this is the foundation pick. It's great. You're trying to build this team up again, and it starts in the trenches. If you're building a team through the trenches, no one can say anything about it, right? So great pick. Hopefully, obviously it works out. I think they have a great young line in New York, and you really can't say anything bad about it. It's solid, just a solid pick, and you hope for the best for the Jets and moving forward.
Boring but great. Those great picks build through the trenches if you want to win.
Mm-hmm.
And as the Panthers are on the clock, we're going to bring in our Panthers specialist, Roll Coverage Pod. This is Nick. Nick, how we doing?
I'm doing good, guys. How about you? I'm super excited for tonight. We got a pick coming up here any second, I hope.
Doing great. Well, all right, so let's jump right into this. The Panthers. We heard what Ryan said. What are your thoughts? Is that where they're going?
No. I do not want Jalen Walker, whatever you want to call him, have his ass walk somewhere else that isn't Carolina. That's all I'm going to leave at that. We're not going to go crazy about this. I just don't love him in Carolina. The 3-4 scheme that we run really doesn't benefit him. And if you really go look at the tape, especially the Texas game, the one we came out of there with, I think it was like 2 or 2.5 or maybe 3 sacks. Those 2 first sacks were against Kelvin Banks, one of which where Kelvin Banks fell over. I'm not giving that to Walker for that reason. I think he could be really well or really do really well with this team, but I feel like he is built for a Philadelphia. He's built for a Rams. He's built for a 49ers. He's built for a team like he had at Georgia. I've got a lot of really other great pieces around me. I need you to affect this play. I need you to affect this play, whether or not it be edge rushing or, to be honest, most people have started to move him into coverage linebacker. So why the heck would I want to take a coverage linebacker so high and avoid Jihad Campbell, the clearly better coverage linebacker? He's not a good enough pure edge or pure coverage linebacker. I just can't be on that train right now.
So you were a fan of my idea of them trading back. They're not, unfortunately. So pick is in. Fingers crossed. What do you want to see right now?
Do you want? I mean, I know who it is, but who do I? Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil anything. But who would I really want? Obviously, I want a Mason Graham. I would love a Mason Graham. I would love a trade back. The Walter Nolan would be really awesome on this team. I love him for some reason. Mike Green, if we want to go pure edge rusher, that would have been a dynamic one. I mean, leading the FBS in sacks, though it's Marshall, 17 and a half sacks is a lot of heckin' sacks.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there's no way. I mean, we could go corner, but I feel like drafting a corner here when there's so many good corners later on. I'm really a big fan of the much later corners. Riley out of Louisville. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of something completely separate. Him, yeah. There's a few other ones. I especially like the taller, more physical corners, especially. High RAS scores are a big one for me. If you can go out there and like basically beat down the corner that you're going up against, or going up against, obviously, if you're a wide receiver, but if you're the corner, being able to actually go up against a more physical wide receiver, going up against somebody in division like a Mike Evans. If you can't beat Mike Evans at his 30-plus year age, then no offense, you're not going to be able to beat Justin Jefferson. You're not going to be able to beat Jamar Chase. So I need to be able to see somebody that can really get somebody off the block, especially if it's a dynamic wide receiver. Corner, a whole other need, but edge is our main need, period. But most likely, we're probably going to prioritize edge later.
Okay. All right. Absolutely. And what would you think about offense here?
Offense. I mean, to be honest, if we're looking at wide receivers, of course, there's Tedderella McMillan. I really like Luther Burden, if I'm going to be honest with you. But my number one wide receiver, even outside of Travis Hunter, because he's not even in my top 3 for wide receivers, if I'm going to be honest, is Emeka Egbuka. I think he's going to be absolutely dynamic. He comes from one of the most blue blood franchises for wide receivers in Ohio State, led them in receptions, great hands. I know he's got a little bit of concern that he might be like more of a slot or more of a Y. I don't know. To be honest, I think he could go to so many amazing places. If we woke up tomorrow and Egbuka was a Packer, we would all be like, what the heck happened? If we woke up tomorrow, he was a Chief, we would be like, what the heck happened?
Not to cut you off right there, but we've just seen the pick. Tet McMillan is a Panther. What are your instant thoughts?
I said we should go this way back in early February. I felt like the wide receiver was obviously a devalued position when it felt like to Carolina, to the Carolina Panthers in general. We're developing a system closer to the Pete Carroll offense, where we're prioritizing running the ball, but I'm not going to go take a Ginty. Obviously, he's gone. But I already have a Chuba Hubbard. I've already got a Rico Dowdle, 1,000-plus yard rusher from Dallas. I have Jonathan Brooks waiting in the wings next year. So I don't need anything there. When I go offensive line, I just paid everybody on my offensive line. I just went out and got Trevon Wharton. I went out and got Morrig for the safety. So I'm not willing to take Starks this high. So wide receiver makes the most sense, especially given the most recent contracts. Who's getting paid the most in the NFL? Who would I love to not pay the most? Quarterback, pass rusher, wide receiver. Right now, I don't have a pass rusher because I'm probably going to need one to take one in the later. Quarterback, I've already got under a rookie contract, so wide receiver is the way to go. Whether or not it was going to be Tedderoa or somebody else, I obviously like the bigger body in Tedderoa. I like that they didn't overthink it. Just go out there, take the guy that, in my opinion, most accurately. I know I see the Drake London comp on the screen. Mike Evans, all day.
I love that. I love that too.
This was for fantasy. What is your fantasy implications for Tet McMillan to the Panthers?
Yeah, this was my number one best landing spot for him. I thought this was great. I got real excited. I loved how Bryce Young finished the season, and I was just in my head, I'm like, guy needs a number one, and that's what Tet McMillan is. He's a number one on the outside, and then you can fill out the rest inside. I'm so on the Bryce Young train, so to get him a receiver like this is awesome. I think this really drives his stock up sky high. Both dynasty and redraft would probably be a little bit later. That's for months to come. But yeah, I love this pairing of Young and McMillan.
Yeah, I really like this too.
Yep.
As we can see, he's a big body receiver, like you said. The comp to Drake London, the comp to Mike Evans, those are the obvious comps.
Yeah, I love that.
He had 6'4", 219 pounds, first team All-American, first team All Big 12. Like we said, Brady has here, he's exceptional combination of hand size, finesse, and running after the catch. Do you have any speed concerns for McMillan, Nick?
No, because again, if we're rolling with the idea that, again, the person that trained Dave Canales, the one that gave him his everything in the NFL is Pete Carroll. The person he talks about is Pete Carroll. So if we're going that way, I just got my DK Metcalf. I already have my Tyler Lockett and Xavier Legette. I already have my great running backs. I already have an offensive line that I can absolutely move into this year, though I do think that we should look at some other offensive line down the road. I think this is perfect. You really give him the big body that he needs. What did Bryce Young have at college? How tall is Jameson Williams? Pretty dang tall.
Yeah, right.
So being able to just huck that ball up into the top left corner and have him go get it is something that is what we need. I don't care about the speed because there's plenty of fast guys. John Ross ran a 4.22. Where the heck is he? So I don't care about speed. Yep. I need you to go out there and go get the ball.
Exactly.
Awesome.
Yeah, I love that.
Love that. So now let's go and dive into the Saints. Saints are on the clock. It says the pick is in. What are we thinking here for the Saints?
Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
Is this where Sanders goes?
No, apparently not. Apparently they're not looking at a quarterback. So edge.
Yeah. Apparently it's been defense. Quarterback's not their concern right now. So we'll see where they go in. A lot of people had McMillan early on in the mock draft season, but I never liked it either. One, because I just loved him to the Panthers. But the Saints are kind of in cap hell. They got to get some impact players. The whole Derek Carr out possibly for, I think, the whole year. Now you're going with Spencer Rattler. Like you said, it should be a quarterback, but they say no. They're in a tough situation here. The Saints are kind of just in no man's land right now. So they might just go best available, but I don't know if I can see tight end. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I think this is a situation, like you said, if Carr is out for the year, it's tough. If you don't love Sanders or Dart, don't take, you got to love your guy if you're going to take him, I believe. Like you said earlier, if you love a guy, go get him. If you don't force it just because it's a need. I think that's the quickest way to draft a bust is by just drafting purely out of need. You're going to reach, you're going to have bad picks. So in this case scenario, I mean, it's not frowned upon, or it's not fond to say, but I honestly don't mind them doing a little tanking this year, rolling out Rattler, and then you're a prime candidate for a top 3 pick next year, and then go get your quarterback here. As Goodell is at the stage, let's see who the pick is.
Come on, I'm hoping it's Kelvin Banks.
Thoughts, instant reactions.
Oh, wow. I actually got it right.
There you go.
I think it's awesome, to be honest. They really need to be thinking about that offensive line long term. I honestly thought that the division could go 4 straight edge rushers. So if that was going to be the case, that would have been a nightmare for these offensive lines. You're going to have to try and stop guys like the Vita Veas from getting through. Depending on who the Bucs take later, you're going to have their edge rusher coming in. Atlanta doesn't have a pass rush, so we're not really sure about them yet. But Treshaun Wharton, Derek Brown, and the guys coming from the Panthers, this is a good guy to at least try to stop them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, also, too, getting in Kellen Moore being your new head coach, offensive-minded. If you have that foundation on the line, now with Kelvin Banks, and, I mean, Stephen, like you were saying, if they are in this kind of situation next year again, maybe with a little bit of a higher pick, that's a pretty good quarterback class. So, good foundation for anyone incoming for that. So, yeah, like you said, it's a good divisional fit as well. And, yeah, just foundation-wise, great for the future for them.
Yeah, Kelvin Banks, we have him here on our Blitz big board as the 18th overall prospect, 4th ranked tackle. Big dude, 6'4", 320, first-team All-American, the Lombardi Award. Ryan compared him to Elijah Vera Tucker. Do you guys like that comp?
I do. To be honest, it's good. It's not perfect, but it's good. And the Saints could really use an Elijah Vera Tucker right now. So it's not like this is something that they can just scoff at.
Exactly. I like this pick. Like I said, if they don't go for a quarterback, maybe in the second or later in the draft, if they roll out, if Derek Carr's healthy, is it confirmed he's out for the year? I don't think it's confirmed.
I'm pretty sure.
Probably just a rumor.
Anyways, if they're rolling out Rattler, you're going to need protection for whoever the quarterback is, whether it be this year or next year. This year is not your Super Bowl window. Go get your quarterback next year. If you guys have a top 5 pick, Kelvin Banks will be there next year. He's going to be their franchise tackle. I love this pick for them.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
move on.
Doesn't it show
What's-
that the NFL continues to value offensive linemen more than fans value offensive linemen? Like people, I've seen Kelvin Banks drop down to the 20s. I've seen
Yeah.
him get out of the first round.
Oh,
And then
yeah.
I've seen people let Tetaroa fall to 20 plus. It shows people that the big, strong guys are still going to go out there. The Membu, all those guys are going to be drafted to solid teams. Even if there's there's a reason why Justin Jefferson fell, Jordan Addison fell, and guys like that, because you're taking these strength guys to make sure that your team can actually get the heck ball out.
Yeah. Yeah. It
Right.
makes perfect sense.
Now the Bears are on the clock. The pick is in. What do you guys want to see here?
Marvin Hampton.
Dean, what are your thoughts on that?
That'd be something. Yeah, well, you know what? Yeah, I mean, like, listen, I was rooting for Genty to get there or for them to go get Genty. So to add to this offense that you have such high optimism for, we mentioned before, they added to that offensive line. They used their 2 first-round picks on Caleb Williams and Roma Dunze last year. You get Ben Johnson, who is the offensive guru that everyone was clamoring for, and he waited for this opportunity. Why not give him a weapon? You know what I mean? DeAndre Swift, fine player. He's hitting that peak. Well, he's probably past the peak age-wise for a running back. So why not restart this with a huge, big, young offensive talent? And really, it could be fireworks for Chicago. So that'd be good too. I like that one. I know we've kind of seen Tyler Warren a lot mocked here. That could be fun as well. Just to, Ben Johnson gets his Sam Laporta 2.0, you know what I mean? So he can use in versatile ways. So I really would think offense, you get Ben Johnson for a reason. Let's give him weapons. So we'll see.
Love it. I personally would love to see Tyler Warren here, like you said. I feel like getting his version of Laporta, huge. And like I said earlier, you get a young quarterback, go get him weapons. And I feel like
Build around him, yep.
Could be one of the best weapons in the NFL in the right offense. I think he has potential to be a game-changing tight end, especially if you pair him with Caleb Williams, and Caleb Williams gets the development that he was projected. I feel like that could be a duo that would be very hard to stop. And the commissioner is coming up to the stage, and let's see who it is.
The Bears.
Bears. Come on. Don't mess this up, Ben. The Bears need to get back to relevance, by the way. When a good Bears team is out there, that's a better NFL.
The NFL is so good when the Bears, I hate to say it, when the Cowboys, Giants, when the NFC East is
Don't
thriving.
say that word here. Not the Cowboys. No,
Yeah, you don't really need the Cowboys. I think everyone can agree on that.
But they're not gonna win anything. They're just gonna lose on their own.
I think we should propose a trade for the St. Louis Battlehawks.
You love the Battlehawks. I actually went to one of their first games when that whole thing started.
Oh, you're an OG fan. You love them.
OG.
Nice.
Oh my god, I love it.
You guys are gonna have
this, though.
to pick. My TV now just went poof. So
Attaboy. Have
You
a
just tell
day.
me.
You're killing it, Steven.
I'm just getting curveballs left and right.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I have it on my Xbox, and it just was inactive for, I guess, 2 hours and just shut off.
Good point.
You need to change that setting, man.
I just hit my PlayStation.
All right, I'm back. Here we go. Hey, he's still talking.
Doug G is disappointed. Who is it?
It was a lot of oh no.
Uh-oh.
It's Warren, isn't it?
Colston Loveland.
Oh, so they made the better pick.
Wow.
The Bears actually made the right decision.
Wow, they jumped in front of everybody's big boards, man. This is the first one. That's crazy. Nick loving it.
I love
Nick,
it.
you love it. Give us your instant reaction. I can tell you're a fan.
Tyler Loveland is Kyle Pitts. Tyler Warren is Kyle Pitts if Colston Loveland is Sam Laporta.
Oh, wow. I love
I
that.
He's a much better blocker. One of the interesting things is he took I think Tyler Warren was 21% of his total receptions from screens. And the only one behind him was Harold Fannin Jr. Colston Loveland was like 7%, which means he's just not a screen merchant or doing anything like that. He's a good blocker, which is what Ben Johnson's going to ask for first. They're going to run the ball, play action, everything like that. This is who you take over. You take Tyler Warren if you're hoping this guy becomes Travis Kelce, but I highly doubt that. There's no other Taylor Swift out there.
Wow. Yeah, no, I say, you know what? I'll say this. This is one of the picks where we're surprised that Nick seems like he had it on point here, but from the outside, looking at everybody's draft boards, everyone's mocks, it's very surprising, but it kind of makes you think, okay, what did Ben Johnson, what did Ryan Poles, what did this whole scouting office see that they love Loveland so much more than everyone saw Tyler Warren, right? It must have been, like you said, true blocker, true receiver, somebody that they can see inserted into this offense immediately and make an impact. So, listen, I'll turn to I'll give a quick fantasy outlook. This gets you excited. This shoots you up with Loveland. You know what I mean? I don't know where Warren's going to go. Maybe I know the other mocks is kind of like Colts. Ew. But this is awesome.
Loveland,
he's already in blue and white.
Yep.
Say Warren goes to the Colts, and Loveland was shown that the NFL favored Loveland. What would you do fantasy wise? Like, does that change your perception of Warren? Do you take Loveland over Warren? Like, what's the play there? Nick's 100% yes.
Yes, 100%. Yeah. If you believe in Ben Johnson and you thought that Ben Johnson could make Tyler Warren into Sam Laporta, then Colston Loveland's going to be an amalgamation of like Travis Kelce. Let me throw some other one. George Kittle. Let's just put them all together into one person. That's who he can build with this. And now you got to figure his quarterback's Caleb Wilson instead of what? Daniel Jones or AR-15? Come on. He has a real quarterback back there. I'm sorry, Daniel Jones. I have the whole Daniel Jones index where I rank quarterbacks based on Daniel Jones' rookie year. I still wouldn't pick Daniel Jones.
You're right. I mean, this just gives you kind of a sense of optimism and just confidence in taking him this year in fantasy, whether it's dynasty or redraft. Awesome. What a move. I mean, really incredible by the Bears.
Well, the other one you got to think of too is Sam Laporta got a lot of his receptions immediately after tearing it into a block. So he's going to do that a lot for the Bears now. Loveland's going to be able to go in there, engage somebody, stop a pass rusher really quickly, give him an extra second. He fades off the side, quick route, and now he's up the field 10 yards. And he's going to do that constantly. He's going to be a 65-plus reception tight end.
Love it.
Yeah.
All right, let's dig into the 49ers. They're on the clock. It says the pick is in. What are we thinking here? This is I had a team pre-show, like I said, if I were the 49ers, I would consider a trade back here to get some more picks and get the best player available later. Doesn't seem like that's likely. I haven't heard anything. Nothing showing up on my screen or the Twitter or in the chat. Let me check. I don't see anything. What are you guys seeing for the 49ers? What do you think they should do here?
I'm going to let Dean go first.
Listen, I'm in between a few things. I think I was thinking offensive line or corner here. I would go I'm going to lean Jahdae Barron for them. I think he might be one of the best fits for them right now. They're kind of getting away from that, 49ers defense. But listen, if they have the tools to be back to competing to where they were just a few years ago, but they have to shore up that secondary. And I think Jahdae Barron would actually be quite a fit. I like Barron over Will Johnson. I know maybe our consensus here doesn't, but I think that's what I'm leaning towards for the Niners.
Yeah, I like that. I think they should go with Will Johnson is my favorite corner prospect coming out this year. And I just think showed so much at his time at Michigan. He's got the leadership. I mean, I just love taking winners. And when you win national championship. It just shows, and one of the leaders on a national championship alongside Mason Graham. There was just so much NFL experience on that team that I feel like he's my number one. And that's not a knock on any of the other corners. And they need a corner. I mean, their defense is, like you said, falling apart. It's not the 49ers that we have come to know and expect. So I feel like I would like to see Will Johnson here. But I was seeing some rumors that he could be falling down to, I don't know if it was late smoke screens, but he could be going down to like the early mid-20s. So well, yeah. You didn't see that, Nick?
No. I've seen Will Johnson go like as late as like 15, 16. If you're letting him fall out of there, you're letting the injury stay in your mind. And I don't really feel like that's the best option. If that's the case and nobody ever recovers from injury, then I don't know what we're doing here. But he was this absolutely stellar corner forever. Yeah, he might take a tiny bit of a step back, but most of these teams are playing zone now anyways. He's not going to be asked most of the time to be draped over a wide receiver playing man. He's going to be asked to be sitting in his zone somewhere, just making sure that, they don't let something crazy go over the top.
Exactly right. All right, so we're 10 picks in. Before they announce this pick, quick, give me your favorite pick of the night. Nick, we'll start with you.
Favorite pick that's already been made?
Yes, favorite pick of the night that's already been made.
The Carolina Panthers, 100%.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I'm a Carolina Panthers fan, but regardless, the fact that they went wide receiver there, and I'm going to use this very sparingly, but he had the balls to do it. He had to actually go out there and do it. We just took a wide receiver that we traded up for last year in Xavier Leggett in the first round. So this was a big gamble. You're obviously admitting that most likely Xavier's a high ceiling too. So you're probably putting him in that Debo category, hoping that you're getting a Brandon Ayuk if you're going to use the 49ers analogy. But yeah, Tetero's got to be my favorite. I think he's going to be awesome. Whether or not it's going to be a fantasy win, I just don't think Carolina's going to throw it enough to make him a high-ranking fantasy player. I'd probably take considerably more players, including Loveland, who we just saw go to the Bears. But Teteroa for my Carolina Panthers is absolutely going to change the NFC South and finally maybe shake it up so it's not just the Bucs every year.
Awesome. Absolutely. Dean, quick, give me 2 words, favorite pick.
Mason Graham.
Love it. I agree with you. Or the Travis Hunter.
I love the duo on the and like what the Browns got too for it. The duo of him and
just won that trade right now. That's a highlight of the night so far. All right, 49ers pick is in. Who is it? I can't see. Can you guys tell me?
Michael Williams.
Michael Williams. Edge out of Georgia. Instant thoughts on this? I feel like it fits their 49ers. It fits what their franchise has always been trying to do, and that's defense first. I feel like this is a great pick.
I feel like this is the precursor to what the 49ers are about to become. And the 49ers are about to take a massive change. And I could see a scenario where even with this pick going back to what the 49ers love, which is pass rush, I think Michael Williams is awesome. He was playing at 60% the whole year. Didn't even start practicing till the Texas game where he put out 3 sacks. The dude's dynamic, but I really feel like this is the first pick post Adam Peters, post all of that. Everybody's gone, new scouting department, everything like that. This needs to be a win. So Michael is the best option for them.
Yeah,
definitely. This is a good way. I know I went secondary, but this makes a lot of sense as well. I mean, like that hard-nosed defense that they have, they get a pure rusher off the edge. This can easily put them back into that category, like we were saying before, of having a hard-nosed 49er defense. So, yeah, I like it a lot. I know he's a little low on the whole consensus board here for Blitz Sports Media, but edge-wise, I mean, makes a lot of sense what's available.
Yeah, exactly right. Like you said, if you like a guy, go get your guy. Don't worry about what everyone else is saying. As GMs learn that, they go and get their guy. They're not afraid, like you said, Nick. You have the cojones to go out and go get the guy that you want, whether people like it or not. That's what makes a good GM, and I feel like that's what the 49ers just did here. Like that pick. Cowboys, next on the clock. Pick is in. What are we thinking?
Oh, I'm going to go with Dean's pick, Jahdae Barron. The corner's obviously a need for them. I know they have Diggs coming back. They didn't really have him a whole lot last year due to injury. Pass rush, I obviously understand Micah Parsons is there. Pass rush still could be a great one. you did lose an interior offensive lineman, I'm pretty sure. Whether or not it was a trade or a retirement, I cannot remember. Again, I try to keep as much Cowboys knowledge out of my brain as possible. But, if it's going with the trend of the draft, it's going to be an offensive player. Josh Simmons, maybe. But my personal pick is Barron.
Yeah.
Guys,
We got Ryan in here. What's up, Ryan?
I don't know about you guys, but the pick is in for the Cowboys. And
All right, you're announcing it, right? Give us a second. Goodell is at the stage.
we're going to have to talk about it because this is just disgusting.
Tyler Booker.
Tyler Booker, guard out of Alabama. Ryan, stage is yours.
Jerry Jones needs to retire right now. Jerry Jones, what are you doing? Tyler Booker at 12? Are you kidding me? Not even trying to trade back or anything. Our 40th ranked prospect. 40th.
Yeah.
He's a guard. It's not even like he's an edge rusher, a premium position player. He's an interior offensive lineman, and Jerry Jones decides that this guy is worth the 12th pick in the draft. He needs to retire. This is unbelievable that this guy gets picked here. I don't know. Let me know your guys' thoughts. I might just be freaking out right now, but Jerry Jones, this is horrible, man.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a reaction from, as Nick, you were saying, Zach Martin retiring, losing that big piece off of your offensive line. Yeah, I guess that's the move you make, but there is just so many other linemen, no? I don't know. They must have loved something.
When the Cowboys were at their peak, what were they really good at? The offensive line. Of course, going to get the pass rusher, but you will have Micah Parsons. So your offensive line needs to be your focus. They're obviously getting through this year with Dak, but I don't think Dak's going to be the long-term quarterback. So you're not taking a quarterback here. You're not taking Golden, clearly, which I thought would have been really cool, keeping a Texas kid in Texas, but you keep Zach Martin, essentially.
Yeah, I think you were saying before, I think the offensive line makes sense for them. It definitely does. You got to build that foundation because that's what Cowboys football is. They get those great offensive lines, and then when they're all ready, primed to go, that's when you sprinkle in some elite running back. So, yeah,
it's not sexy.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say the sexy pick might have been the running back, right? But their offensive line not ready for it yet. So that's probably what direction they're going for. And honestly, this draft class is pretty loaded at running back. Maybe something you see later.
Yeah, absolutely. Like a Scatabo.
Let me just say this right now, though. Right?
Yeah.
We all talk about the Cowboys and what their struggles have been on the offensive side of the ball. Obviously, the offensive line hasn't been as good as it's been in some of these peak years with Dak Prescott at quarterback. You still don't have a running back. You still don't have a wide receiver outside of CeeDee Lamb. You don't have a consistent tight end. I think Ferguson's okay. You could have gone Tyler Warren, who we all agree is a really good prospect as well. Tyler Booker's the answer. I just can't right now. This guy's unbelievable. And I think Booker actually is an interview candidate too. So I don't know if I should do that. I might be a little hard for Jerry.
I was going to say, best of luck. Man.
I mean, it's interesting. I just talked to Travis Hunter, though, a little bit. Seems really excited to be there for Brian Thomas Jr., Liam Cohen. So it looks like a good mix they have going in Jacksonville right now. I really do think in terms of fantasy football, though, not great. Not great for us.
No.
Ted McMillan to the Panthers, really like it. Really like that one. I think Travis Hunter will be okay in terms of fantasy football, but I don't know if it's the upside that he had potentially on the Browns where he was the alpha right away. And I know Jerry Judy's a good player. I think he's the alpha in that offense. Brian Thomas Jr. is the alpha there. It'll be interesting to see how it shakes out.
Ryan, your boots on the ground. Tell us, how is the draft scene going?
Here in a second. Let me upload these pictures.
Hold up, Brady's cooking.
And
Shout out Brady Cook, the Zoo quarterback.
Okay, so you want me to go get okay. Yeah. Doug, hold up. Sorry guys. The scene on the draft is good here. It's a little chaotic. Guys popping in and out of the back room here, talking to them. A lot of people in here reacting to picks and stuff. And one of the picks that I do want to talk about here is with Doug. Thoughts on Loveland to Chicago? My first thought is it's a reach. And I think Loveland's a good player. I do. I think he's a good player. But I have Malachi Starks over him, which was a position of need for the Bears. I had Tyler Warren over him, who Some of us think the gap's closer than others, but still a better player in terms of overall talent compared to Colston Loveland. And the other player that I was looking at too, just drawing a blank right now, but I mean, even like Walter Nolan's available in that situation where you can go get him as well. So I think in terms of like value, not great, but it seems like they really like their guy. And the last time a Ben Johnson-led offense went out and got an offensive playmaker, they got Jahmyr Gibbs. They got Sam Laporta. They got guys like that. They reached out a little bit earlier than their consensus. So I think that's the way of doing things when Ben Johnson is running an offense. So I think they like Colston Loveland. I think he's a great receiver. So I think that's a plus upside for them, but the value wasn't there. Oh, boy, nice voice crack for me. The value wasn't there. And, that was one of my bold predictions is that he'd end up on an LA team. So I feel a little bit salty about that one, but overall, not too bad.
All right. Dolphins are on the clock. What are we thinking here? Who do they go? What should they do? Ryan, tell us.
We're going to pop out, guys, for a little bit. We're going to have Brady pop in here shortly. So I'll catch you guys in a second. I'm going to go interview Cam Ward.
Sounds good.
All right. Here, you need to make sure that Tua can stand up. So you probably take Josh Simmons.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, that like you said, not even up, just alive right now, right? I don't know how many more hits he has. Yeah. Josh Simmons, I think, would be the pick here. I know they lost a few secondary guys and safety in Javon Holland, but I think Simmons is the pick, especially when you see like a guy like Tyler Booker come off the board right in front of you. I think you're just like, okay, no, I got to make the decision here. So yeah, I'm with you, Nick, too. I think it's Simmons for the Dolphins.
Like that. Thank you guys for watching. We have, if this counter's right, it just keeps going up. Over 1,100 people watching us. Thank you so much. Please go subscribe to Blitz Sports Media on Twitter, on YouTube. We're also on Twitch. We have Blitz the Show, which is our gaming platform. We have, there's Blitz Bets. We show all our picks and our action on the night. Dean, quick, what was the action you had tonight? You had any update on anything?
Yeah. Well, listen, Shador at 3, dead. But Shador to the Giants, technically alive. So we'll see. But that's about it. I will say, if you took I tried to talk about this in the beginning. Loveland's over under for draft position was 17.5.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes 10. So nothing leaked out of the Chicago front office, which is quite impressive, to say the least. And I guess the update too, you have Mason Graham's under hit. He was 8.5. Him going to the Browns at 5. So a lot of money. I know some people even had. I saw another thing that it was like Ted McMillan go top 10. Boom, you cashed. Good job. So there's a lot more. We'll see. Jahdae Barnes, as I mentioned, I'm just gonna say because I mentioned him. His is 18.5. We'll see if that hits. We'll see if you go over under. So we'll see as the Dolphins pick. Is about to be announced. Me and Nick has Simmons. We'll see.
We'll see. I don't know what happened to Nick. I'm going to check. He just texted me, so let's see what happened to him. Internet died. It's not just me. Xfinity is out to get us all. All right,
shout out Verizon. Thanks for staying strong.
Yes. Goodell is at the stage. Is that Kenneth Grant? Kenneth Grant.
My bad for trying to protect your quarterback. That's on me. Yeah, Kenneth Grant, somebody that really has become, I guess you would say, a sexy pick. He kind of got that fatigue, or kind of like reverse fatigue this offseason where no one was talking about him. Everyone was talking about Mason Graham. And then people kind of started to be like, wait a minute. This guy, Kenneth Grant's a beast, right? And he started to jump up draft boards, and you see it right here. I mean, we see the 6'4", 331. That's a big boy that you can put in the middle. This is one of their needs for the Dolphins. I didn't think it'd be like I said, I thought it was Josh Simmons. I thought it'd be offensive line, but they're going to go defensive line. I like that. You look in your division, a lot of running up the middle, a lot of great running backs. So now you get to stop him with Kenneth Grant, hopefully. I don't mind this pick. I like it. I like it.
He's our 19th guy on our Blitz big board, third at the position. Like you said, he's a big dude. 6'4", 331, third team All-American this year, 2-time second team All-Big Ten. He is one of the best run stoppers in the league, or not in the league yet, in this class. And you want to win football in those January, and if you want to win in February, you got to stop teams from running the ball down your throat. You gotta, and I feel like that's the pick here, and that's what they were going for. And I feel like this fits the Dolphins well.
He's such a big dude.
He is big. Oh my gosh, hugging his family. He is a big dude. Colts now on the clock.
Oh yeah.
Do they sprint up there to take Tyler Warren?
Yeah, you gotta, right? I mean, listen, your receiving core is I'm not the biggest Michael Pittman fan, but he's a nice wide receiver one. I can give him that. He can be reliable here and there. His health is Josh Downs, great compliment to him, right? Now we're gonna add in Tyler Warren. That's nice. I like that. Cool. You give Anthony Richardson the weapons, right? We keep talking about give your young quarterbacks weapons, right? Great. If he doesn't work out, hey, let's try Daniel Jones out. Probably not going to work out. Trust me, I know. But you're trying to have excuses, limit the excuses for these guys. Brady, welcome.
Brady, thanks for
what's up? Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Dale is about to announce the pick for the Colts, and there it is, just as we said. Tyler Warren, tight end.
Dude, I'm doing pretty good on my picks. I got the first 7 right, and then things got a little crazy. I definitely did not think that Tyler Booker was going anywhere near 12. I thought he was in play for maybe the Ravens or the Eagles if he was going first round. Instead, he goes 12. I thought the Cowboys would go with the receiver. I guess they didn't like Matthew Golden as much as I thought they might. And then Mykel Williams, not super surprised, 49ers there. But I think the worst pick is either Booker or Kelvin Banks. I don't like either of those at all in those spots, especially for the Saints.
All right, I like that. What do you think about this Warren pick?
I love it. So me and Ryan were talking. Ryan thinks that the Bears absolutely bricked not taking Warren. And I understand kind of why you go with Loveland, because Loveland has shown better blocking prowess. I think he functions better in the Sam Laporta role of a Ben Johnson offense than Tyler Warren does. I think Tyler Warren's more of a Swiss Army knife. I think he presents a lot of different things and is a more versatile tight end. And I had him higher on my board. But I think that you could argue that Colston Loveland's a better fit in Chicago.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, absolutely.
Warren is not your traditional tight end. Colston Loveland is more of your traditional tight end. And I feel like if they really value the blocking, I feel like Colston Loveland was the pick. Dean, thoughts on the pick?
Yeah, I think it's great. Obviously, he turns into the Colts' number 1A target for this season coming up. He's a great security blanket for quarterbacks you're unsure of, because I don't think you'd bring in another quarterback if you were sure about your first. So the Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson, I think it's just great security blanket for them over the middle. Like I said, it's pretty good complementary offense with guys like Pittman and Josh Downs. I like it. This is something that we kind of saw coming. We weren't sure if he's going to make it this far back. He does. And you just kind of look at him and you just go, yeah, no, that's a Colt. Yeah. He plays for the Colts. Yeah. So I like it. We'll see how it goes. Fantasy wise, I don't know if it affects me. I am excited about the Loveland. That excites me a lot. But does definitely scratches my head a little bit. I don't know. We'll got to see how the training camps go.
Well,
so guys,
let's see what Brady has to say.
Yeah.
I want to ask you guys what you think is coming up with these next 2 picks. I'm looking at Atlanta, Arizona, Cincinnati, Seattle. I'm going to go with the guys I think. I think the Falcons should go Mike Green. I think it should be Mike Green here. They need an edge rusher. Mike Green is an absolute dog, and if it wasn't for the fact that he has all-field questions and that he played at Marshall, I think he would be right after Abdul Carter in that top 10, top 8 range, because if you look at the film, explosive, huge bag of pass rush moves, and people talk about the small schools he played. This guy was cooking the tackles for Virginia Tech and Ohio State when you turn on the tape from both those games. So I think it should be Green here. I think Arizona, that's a tougher one. I think it could be an edge or a D lineman, maybe Matthew Golden. I could see that. I don't know if they double dip on receivers back-to-back years. And then Cincinnati, I think it has to be Walter Nolan. And Seattle, I would have said Josh Simmons, but if Jalen Walker is still there on the board, Jalen Walker is another name for Arizona, but if Jalen Walker is there for Seattle, he is a Mike McDonald type player.
That's what I was going to say. Jalen Walker is a name I'm keeping an eye on right now. I thought he was going to go 8 to the Panthers, and it seems like he just is falling a little bit. So that's a name I'm keeping an eye on. Dean, what about you?
Yeah, so just to start with the Falcons, I think they're going to go edge right now, because even last year I thought they were going to go edge, and then out of nowhere they get Michael Penix, right? Everyone I think primed them to get an edge. They've been lacking an edge for a long time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I thought last year too. But they don't. They lost Matthew Judon this offseason. So I love the edge. I think Mike Green as well. I think that just speaks volumes to them. And then jumping ahead to where you said the Seahawks, I think this may be a spot where the Seahawks trade this pick. If somebody's ready to prime, at 18, this may be a spot where one of those teams, like we mentioned earlier, the Giants, the Browns, they may come back here for a quarterback. So we'll see.
Yeah, the one guy that I think is on the radar that could go with the Falcons or the Bengals here that we didn't mention is Jahad Campbell. I think he could be in this range right here for either of those teams. Both of them need D-line help. Falcons off the edge, Bengals on the interior, assuming they're able to keep Trey Hendrickson, which it looks like they will. And I think the number 2 need defensively for both those teams is an off-ball linebacker. And Jahad Campbell can rush the passer a little bit. It's not a specialty at all. He's not like Jalen Walker in that sense, but he's a very, very good inside linebacker, definitely the best in the class. And if you decide that you want to beef up your run defense, then I think he could be the way to go there too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I think the biggest head scratcher, I think, is...
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, Dean. I'm about to let Ryan hop back on here in just a moment. I think it's just me going. We're going to go and check out what's going on with Will Campbell over here, but I will be back on here shortly, and we'll chop it up some more.
All right, cool.
All right, fellas.
That was our boy Brady Penn. He's boots on the ground live in Green Bay alongside Ryan. Dean, let's just take a break for a second. This is great. This is a good night. Talking football. Thank you guys for watching the Blitz Sports Media Draft Show. Hope you guys are having a good time. I don't know about you, Dean. I'm having a great time.
Yeah, it's getting hot up in here. It's interesting. I really don't know what to expect next. The Falcons have fooled us before. I really don't know what the Cardinals are going to do.
Exactly. This is what we were saying pre-show. This is the most in the last 5, 6, 7 years. I can't remember the last draft that was this unpredictable. It's Colston Loveland before Tyler Warren. I didn't see that coming. Now it's just if you're trying to pick, I think you're just blind throwing darts.
It just shows you how much parity there was in this draft class. Who impressed who in different ways. It's just, you make fun of the Tyler Booker pick for the Cowboys, but hey, he may have put on a show in if they had private workouts or whatnot. Actually, I'm going to double check that but it's just, people's different opinions on how they view it, on how they can see somebody come in and affect their team in a right way, of course.
Yeah, like we say, Tyler Booker, everyone thinks that's a reach right now. But, I mean, hey, if he turns out that he's the Zach Martin replacement, and this, like I said, on par for the Cowboys going offensive line, they typically, historically, have developed all of their offensive line picks. I feel like developed into a Pro Bowl caliber player, it's no one's really going to remember, oh, that was a terrible pick at the time. And he's balled out in the SEC. Like he was, I think it was 2-time first team, all SEC, all American, unanimous. Like he was unanimously the number 1 interior offensive lineman. Yes, a bit of a, but only time will tell. Only time will tell right now.
Yeah, I think it's also too, in the first round, you want to get impact players, right? Guys who can go one-on, just say you want to get tackles that can go one-on-one with edges, right? You want edges that can go one-on-one with great tackles, corners. You want impact players. I think what's so sour about the Tyler Booker trade is because he's going to be inside on the guard where it's a lot of scheme and, there might be double teams to where not much opportunity for a one-on-one. So we'll see. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, we may see the 3 picks all wear gold jackets in the future. We may see the first 3 picks not be in the league in 5 years, whatever it may be. You never know, but I love the optimism.
Exactly right. And Commissioner should be walking to the stage now for the Falcons pick. It's got to be defense, right? Got to be.
I would say, yeah, it should be. It really should be, but let's see. I'll pause for Senor Commissioner. Oh, there you go. Defense. Jalen Walker.
Walker, like I said, player I was looking at, I felt like he was probably the best available defensive player, at least edge-wise, or linebacker-wise, sorry. I like this pick. Dean, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I like it. Mentioned it before, we thought they were going to go pass rusher last year. They go with Penix. Turns out, works out for them because now Penix is going to be the future for the Falcons. And now they get Jalen Walker, who is going to be inserted into, a division that's up for grabs every year. We just saw how the Panthers are getting better. The Bucks pretty much have owned it in recent history. I like this. I think it's great. Jalen Walker is a beast. He's a monster. I think this is great for them. I feel like they haven't really drafted a guy like this in ages.
In a while. It's felt like a while as we have here. He's 20th on our Blitz big board, second linebacker we have ranked. 6'2", 245, perfect size for the position. The Butkus Award, first team All-American at Georgia. Ryan says he's a tweener linebacker, jack of all trades, master of none. Can play off the ball, but struggles to defend against the run. Rushes the passer with solid efficiency, great closing speed and motor. Needs to find out whether he'll be a linebacker or an edge. Player comp, Willie Gay. I think I like the pick. I mean, they need a defense. They've traditionally always been an offensive first round team. I like that they're going defense here, and they're not far off from competing. If they can shore up a few holes, I think they could be a dark horse to make a little run.
Yeah, the first thing is, in order to compete, is you have to be able to compete in your division, and I think they're right there. And if especially with the belief in Michael Penix, they are going to try to put something together to where they can compete for that division and then get them to the playoffs. That's the first step. So I love this pick. I think it's great. Like you said, we thought he was going to go kind of earlier. Something that we thought maybe the Panthers would do, but Nick didn't want it. But now the Falcons get him. So that'd be just a great clip if the Jalen Walker just goes off and he's like, I didn't want him. But now he just terrorizes him for the next future.
That would be awesome. That would be great. Yeah, in division, that would be sure something. I'm sure he's probably thrilled with this. Nick is probably thrilled.
That's true. Yeah.
All right, Arizona on the clock now. We talked about it a little bit, but what are you thinking here? I'm thinking wide receiver could be a possible. I think it's in play. They go back-to-back years of going wide receiver round one.
I don't know. I don't love it. I'm trying to look at kind of what best available is based off of the Blitz consensus top 50. There are some really good names. Walter Nolan is just the best available right now. Do I see them going defensive tackle? No. I kind of want to give them a corner, but I'll tell you, this is really a head scratcher. I don't know what's about to happen. I don't think I like a receiver for them just because I don't really think they're that complete. I don't think it's like they're one more receiver away. Marvin Harrison is a wide receiver one. I believe in him. I think he just got shadowed by, 2 wide receivers in his own draft class that were just incredible. So I still believe in him. And that wide receiver 2 role can always be filled. I think even later, maybe just second, third round. There's some really good sleeper guys later on. So I don't know. It's really hard to say because they did try to bolster that front. They got Calais Campbell back. They got Josh Sweat, Dalvin Tomlinson. So there are some guys there. Maybe this is a secondary pick. Maybe we see Will Johnson or Jahdae Barrett. But, we saw nice words about Mike Green too. So why not just add the best available? We'll see.
Yeah, like you said, I do like Will Johnson here. Now that you mentioned it, I did say earlier he's my number 1 corner. I feel like that would be a good pick here, and I do think that would fit in well with Jonathan Gannon's. He's a defensive guy. He is a defensive-minded coach, so I feel like now that I think about it more, receivers probably off the board. Although I do think they need a second receiver out on the other side of Marvin Harrison Jr. to truly unlock him. But I think this is probably going to be the pick here, whether it be Walter Nolan. Walter Nolan, now that I think about it, D-tackle, he would most likely fit with the Gannon scheme. Gannon, coming from the Eagles, I'm thinking he loved those interior linemen who could rush the passer. Like I'm thinking like Milton Williams. That's a comp that I kept seeing for Walter Nolan. I'm gonna change it. I'm not going receiver here. I'm going Walter Nolan here.
All right. I was gonna say you might have been right because I'm watching it and they just keep showing Matthew Golden. So we'll see. I don't know.
All right. Goodell is up here and there it is.
Walter Nolan.
You were saying you kept showing Matthew Golden. I was like, dang, I should have stuck.
They did kept showing him in the green room. So I was like, I can't hear him, but like I don't know what they were saying. Listen, best available. Yes. Go ahead and get him. I mean, this dude's a beast. Look at him. I think people are standing on couches just to give him a kiss on the cheek at his home. This is just such a good. It's a good ad. The offensive side didn't make sense for me because one, you extend Trey McBride in the offseason. You have a number 1 receiver, Marvin Harrison, and as I mentioned, I think they can get a receiver later. There's some really good talent down the road. But this is a beast. He's a beast. Walter Nolan is awesome. Number 8, I believe. Yep, number 8 on our big board. To get him here at 16. Great pick. Love it.
Yeah, like you said, he's our 8th overall guy, and consensusly, I feel like he was around there. So, and I feel like he was best player available, and it just fits. It fits a need that they also had. So, Brady has him comp to Christian Wilkins, great player. I have him comp to more of like a Milton Williams, and I think he'll fill that role. I feel like he'll be a pass rushing interior D tackle. Bengals on the clock here.
Well, I will say, going back to let's go back to the Cardinals real quick and Walter Nolan. I mentioned that they added I don't know if it's added back because I feel like Calais Campbell has been on the Cardinals for a long time. Mm-hmm. Now he's matched up with Calais Campbell, and Calais Campbell is a guy who's played for a long time at a high level.
Exactly.
I would like to think Walter Nolan will learn something or two from Calais Campbell. So long-term wise, this is a great pick. But yeah, we can move on to the Bengals, who I was kind of hoping he'd get there. I don't know what it is about the Bengals, but like, I love the Bengals.
They're fun to root for, right?
Yeah, they really are. Them keeping their wide receiver duo, extending Higgins and Jamar. You got pretty boy Joe Burrow back there, who I love as well. They're a team that it's just I thought they were going to be like get right back to Super Bowl contention last year. Did not work out. They just couldn't win those close ones. I don't know what to do. They lost Trent Brown on the offensive line. lost Mike Hilton, the cornerback. So there's some options here for them. I don't know if they go. How do you not go line, right? So many years they pass on a lineman. The famous meme where it's Joe Burrow throwing it to nobody because Penei Sewell is blocking, but then it's Joe Burrow getting sacked, not making the throw to Jamar Chase, right? Like maybe go a lineman here. I don't know. Maybe that's what I'm leaning towards right now. The pick is in, it's not coming out yet, but man, I don't know.
I feel like this defense is the only thing keeping them out of Super Bowl contention. I mean, it was the worst defense in the NFL. It felt like. I mean, it was every game they had to win by. They had to score 30 points. I feel like.
So what are we thinking? Is it secondary?
Mike Green. Mike Green would be my pick here. The Hendrickson.
Yeah,
they haven't locked him up yet. He's probably gonna request a trade if they don't soon. Mike Green, he's a freak athlete, can get after the pass, can get after the quarterback. It would fit, and if they can get Mike Green and then convince Hendrickson to sign back, I feel like that could be a lead. And that's exactly what they need. If they want to compete with the Chiefs, they need to go and sack Mahomes. They need to get pressure on. That's how historically Brady has lost. You rush him with the interior line. Mahomes, he loses when you collapse the pocket on him. And I mean, most quarterbacks do. If you can get after the quarterback, you're gonna win games. And I feel like Mike Green is the best available player to do that, and the Bengals need that. I feel like that would be my home run pick here for the Bengals.
Yeah, that would be a great compliment. Or even if you don't get anything done with Hendrickson, like there's a possibility where you can get something out of him, right? Trade him somewhere else to where someone will pay him. Yeah, you know what? You makes sense. Maybe I'm just so obsessed. I think it's the fantasy in me. I'm like, just protect those fantasy point guys. You know what I mean? Like, do not let Burrows get sacked because I need T. Higgins to drop 30 in my flex. Yeah, no, you're right. It makes the most football sense. But we'll see here. I think you're right. I think it should be edge, right? Maybe
Honestly,
corner.
You can go. I was going to say Will Johnson.
I think those.
He's my favorite. Mike Green and Will Johnson are my two favorite players left. I do like Malachi Starks. He's also available, but positional wise, I don't know if you want to take a safety yet. He's an elite safety prospect, but I also think Will Johnson's elite prospect as well. I think it's just got to be defense. Whoever that makes more sense on their board has to be defense.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny.
Yeah, I think you're right too.
Early in the offseason when it really looked like T. Higgins was not coming back, and it looked like that was the right move. And it was like, all right, who do they take at 17? I was all for Luther Burden. Luther Burden to the Bengals. Luther Burden this. I was all over that. But if they paid him, they paid Higgins, you got to go defense. I mean, like you said, if they want to go offensive line, I don't hate Josh Simmons.
No, you're right. It should be defense. You know, from a football standpoint, you gotta look inside your division. Who's the boogeyman right now? It's Lamar Jackson. Let's get a guy that can chase him down. Let's sack him. So hopefully it is Mike Green. That should be the pick. I think it should be defense first, but we'll see, man.
Yeah, like you said, Mike Green. I'm hoping it's the pick because I really want to talk about him here. He's one of my guys. Defense.
Oh,
okay.
It's not Mike Green,
but
it's an edge
there. The thought process is there.
Yeah, we just didn't consider anyone else.
All right, so the Bengals, they take Shamar Stewart, edge out of Texas A&M. He's 26th on our Blitz big board. Third best edge rusher. Big dude, 6'5", 267. And if we're talking about athletic freaks, I noted that he was on the RAS score. He had a perfect 10. perfect 10, and that just grades on freak athletes. And I believe it was the highest graded defensive end on the RAS score since like the 80s. I can't remember the exact year. I want to say 83, but don't quote me on that. Texas A&M most improved defensive player. Shows he's got the motor and he's willing to learn. Like it says here, he's a project defensive end. He plays tremendous power and strength. Not a lot of production, but he's getting consistent pressure. That reminds me a lot of a guy like Brandon Graham. Brandon Graham, earlier in his career, he was getting a lot of pressure, would not get those sack numbers, maybe finish like 7-8 sacks, but he's constantly in the quarterback's face, I like this pick. Honestly, I would have gone Mike Green. I think Mike Green is a better player, more finished product than more NFL ready. As a team, I feel like they want to compete now. I feel like a project guy wasn't the greatest pick, but he's an athlete. Dean, thoughts?
I'll be honest with you. I am in awe of this guy. Just walking out here, 6'5", and just like a Terminator coming out here. I think he broke Roger Goodell's back with that bear hug. We were talking about it before. We only named Mike Green. I don't know what the whole case is. It just might be one of those silly NFL things where just the off the field stuff, just people don't want to deal with. I mean, we see it. It's just so much in the past, and it's crazy. So somebody's going to get Mike Green, and it's going to be a steal. But for Stewart, a beast.
He's a freak.
You know what? If you go two ways, if say, all right, we keep we as in the Bengals, if they keep Hendrickson, and you don't have to worry about him being the number one right away, right? You can have him develop and continue to work at, but still have Hendricks on the edge. Or you do use Hendricks as a trade piece and you trade him for something more, whether it's draft capital, another position. Stewart has the ability to become somebody in this league, and I don't hate it. It's a thing that they needed, and if this is the guy they liked, boom, I'm excited to see him play. This guy's a beast. 6'5", 267. What is that? That's nuts.
6'5", 267, runs a 4.59 40. He's got all the tools. If he can put it all together, I mean, this is perfect. Like you said, they got to chase Lamar Jackson around. If there's a better guy, I mean, this is one of the best guys you draft to go chase Lamar Jackson around. I like the pick.
Yeah.
I still would have gone Mike Green or Will Johnson here. But I can't hate this. I enjoy this pick.
Yeah,
Seahawks.
Absolutely.
At 18. Pick is in. Who are we thinking?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, this is one of my candidates that was going to trade out. Sources say, because I'm looking at it right now, they are not. The pick is in. We'll wait for the confirmation on who it is. I don't know. I think this is, they invested a lot. They went out and signed Sam Darnold in the offseason. They got rid of Geno Smith. So they went ahead and got the big QB free agent for them. They also added Cooper Kupp to their offense, a little added help on the offensive line with Josh Jones. And then even, I feel like people haven't really talked about this, but DeMarcus Lawrence is on the Seahawks now, which is, I think he's a great player. I don't know. They might still go back to the offensive line. This is still a young team. Darnold's still young. They signed him for a long time. This might be the Simmons pick. If we're, you know what? I'm not going to just say just Simmons. It could be. It should be Simmons. No, I'm going to say Simmons. Yeah, Simmons. It should be Josh Simmons.
I don't hate it. They could also go wide receiver. I wouldn't mind Emeka Egbuka here.
I guess. I mean, you get the two guys, but I feel like he's very similar to.
They would have three similar.
Okay.
All
so
right.
They went guard. They went Zabel. Okay. Right. That's cool with me. Honestly, I probably should have said his name, but I didn't get down there enough. He's 32 on the big board for us. Number 5 offensive tackle. I think that just goes all linemen. Makes sense. I mean, listen, you get somebody to protect your investment. You spent the money on Sam Darnold. You took him away from Minnesota. You're moving forward. You got rid of DK Metcalf. JSN's your number one. Let's get this O-line figured out, right? Let's shore it up so that this offense can be explosive, that Sam Darnold can be the Minnesota Sam Darnold, right? We don't want him to revert back into the Jets Sam Darnold. So I like this pick a lot. It makes the most sense, and I'm excited to see where this goes forward for them.
Yeah, like you said, he was our 32nd guy on our Blitz big board, 5th tackle, 6'6", 312 pounds. He's a big dude, freaking nature. But also what I like about Zabel is people will say like, oh, FCS, not much competition there. North Dakota State, I mean, everyone knows about North Dakota State. They're a powerhouse program in the FCS. I mean, he's first team FCS All-American unanimously, two-time national championship. And I said earlier, I just value winners. If you win, like there's nothing negative about the game is all about winning. And if you're a winning player on a winning team, I love it. So I can't knock the pick. Like you said, you got to protect your quarterback, protect your investment. I enjoy this pick. I think it's a good pick. Now this is the thing, like, could they have traded down and got their guy and recouped some picks? I feel like I had a thought earlier with the lack of trades except for that first blockbuster. And we talked about how there's a lot of parity in this class. Do you think teams are not wanting to trade up because they're like, oh, we feel we can get our guy at our pick? Like, I feel like that could be a reason for the lack of trades.
Yeah, I think so. And probably also to the fact too, where, as I mentioned about the parity, you really don't know what the next team is thinking about your guy, right? So for this example, if, the Seahawks loved him so much, they don't know what the Bucks, the Broncos, the Steelers think about him. So, you just stay put. You don't have to give up anything, whatever, you get your guy. But it's interesting to see. I'm trying to see, where would he have gone if they did trade back? I'm not really sure, but maybe the Packers. But I'm just not. I'm just not sold on where else he would have gone. But we're getting now to 19 with the Bucks, which is another team there. I feel like they're also kind of like the. I would say they're kind of like the Bengals in a sense, right? You have that high power offense. You want to really shore up your defense again. That's really what won you. I mean, Tom Brady and a great defense won you a Super Bowl. And so I think they're in the same position, but then it gets into the fun stuff. Will the Broncos take the second running back off, right? What does Peyton want? The Steelers, after that, are they going to go Shador? So we'll see. I think it's going to get even more interesting as we head to the second half.
I'm looking at the next 3 picks. We got Buccaneers are on the clock right now. I think their offense was pretty damn good last year. I think they're in a position where they can probably go best available here. I think they should. I mean, and it fits. Like Will Johnson, I feel like that would be a fantastic pick. Mike Green, you can never have enough pass rushers, so I feel like that would be another one. Even like Malachi Starks, he's a playmaker. He would transform your defense and just be like probably the face of your defense. And I feel like those are some good picks. Then they could also, and then I see Denver, like you said, do they go running back? Do they go something else? And then Pittsburgh, it's got to be. It would look pretty damn good if they were looking to trade up for Shador and then they just stay put and get Shador.
Stay right there, yeah. Also, too, this is going to be 2 picks. If somebody really likes Shador, they got to get in front now.
This is where someone would trade up and go get their quarterback. Now
it's 1 pick away because the Bucks pick is in, so they're not trading it away.
Exactly.
Just taking a look also at the final mock draft that both Ryan and Brady did. They had Will Johnson here for the Bucks. So, like we said, addressing that defense, we might see the first corner come off the board that's not named Travis Hunter, and it may be Michigan's Will Johnson. So we'll see.
I would like that pick. I would love that pick.
I think I'm gonna get you Will Johnson and a Luther Burden jersey or something. Maybe. When's your birthday? We'll put it in the mail.
Little pass. It's in March.
Oh, all right. Maybe next year. We'll see how good they are.
Be on the lookout. Speaking of jerseys, if you guys are still watching, tune in. We have a jersey giveaway. Winner will be announced tonight on the stream, so stay tuned to that. You have to go and retweet our tweets on Blitz Sports Media on Twitter and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Then you're entered. So go do that.
That's easy.
Go do that. So best available. I'm taking Will Johnson.
All right, let's see what they have here.
They're really milking this one.
Oh, man. Yeah, absolutely.
Got to get the ad revenue in, I guess. Shout out. I take everything back about Xfinity. My Wi-Fi has been holding up pretty since earlier when it crashed. All right, here's Commissioner walking to the stage.
Wow. Mega Ibuka.
Wow.
I mean,
All right. Like we said, this is going to be one of the most unpredictable drafts in recent memory. I don't even think offense was even mentioned when we were talking Buccaneers picks right here.
it just didn't seem
It doesn't seem like a need. I feel
you
like
bring back
luxury.
Mike Evans. You
yeah.
bring back Chris Godwin. You had Jalen McMillan, who was phenomenal for you at the end of the season when Chris Godwin went out. And now Emeka Ibuka I don't know. Is this hey, Chris Godwin isn't as healthy as we think, or this is surprising, dude?
Yeah, I feel like that's what it's got to be.
I don't like it.
This could be a panic move. Maybe like Godwin had a little setback. It was not getting healthy as they thought he would when they re-signed him. This could be like a panic move. Or maybe they just have him very high on their board and surprised.
Well graded. Yeah.
He's our Blitz big board. He's 23rd, third wide receiver, 6'1", 205 pounds. Like I said, dude's a winner. One of the Ohio State greats. I mean, I haven't heard anyone say that Egbuka will not be a successful NFL player. I mean, he led Ohio State all-time reception leader with 202 catches, 2024 national championship, played in so many big games in the Big Ten. Dean, I just don't know about the landing spot.
I know this is another one of my guys. I was really excited to see where he was going to go. I don't know. I'm afraid because it's so crowded, and I thought they really just had a good receiving core on their own already. But I mean, man, the Buccaneers know how to have some good receivers.
Oh yeah.
So, and I don't know either. Like, it's a great compliment to Mike Evans, but how much longer does Mike Evans have?
That's the only thing I can look at this. It's Godwin's not ready. I don't know if they are concerned about his injury and the recovery. Maybe he won't be the same. Not ready. And they want someone to fill in for him this year. And then when Godwin is healthy, maybe they know that Mike Evans doesn't have maybe a year, 2 years, maybe like earlier-ish retire. I mean, he's up there in age. He will be Egbuka should be there after Mike Evans. So, I mean, that's the only thing I can think of here, but surprise. I mean, they had McMillan. McMillan was I keep thinking like, oh, they have McMillan. McMillan was great last year. It's just shocking. Yeah. What do we do?
Yeah,
for fantasy? Quick reaction, fantasy wise.
I'm very unsure about it. I don't know. I think I can talk myself into it just because like I said, the Bucks have just great offensive weapons, especially with fantasy. And Baker seems like the real deal and found his home there. And yeah, maybe this is a thing where Mike Evans has one more year, maybe one or two more years, and then it's the Mbuka show. I like him a lot. It's just, it's just surprising. I think that's why I'm just so caught off guard. I thought maybe he'd be, I thought he was later. My best fit for him was Houston. I thought with Diggs' departure, with I think Dell out with another injury, I thought him and Nico Collins would be the perfect duo to have in the NFL. So I don't know, kind of disappointing, but we gotta find out more. I don't know.
This is something where it'll be asked, and then hopefully we get an explanation later. OTAs start up and training camp. I feel like we'll get. Right now, it's tough, but I think for fantasy wise, I don't think it's as bad as our initial reaction after I'm giving it some thought. I mean, Mike Evans is getting older.
Yeah,
is there. They have Baker Mayfield, and it looks like he's found his home for the NFL.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they are going to sling the rock. I mean, they made that for sure. No doubt about it. They're going to sling the rock with this pick. I mean, Igbuka, Godwin, Evans, Kate Otton's no slouch, and McMillan. And now does McMillan become a trade piece? We'll find out. But
that's
I think
possible.
Fantasy, I think I would not. I don't think you'll get the instant day one production that you thought you would get from Igbuka. But for dynasty wise, I still love him as a prospect and will not drop him much further, if at all, in my draft rankings.
Yeah, listen, you spend the first round capital on him, so you like him for a reason. You don't pick him just to bench him, right? You're gonna definitely use him in your scheme. So yeah, just a surprising one to say the least. I guess honestly, if you think about it, it's a really good landing spot because it's just always offense for the Bucs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? These past few years. So I mean, I'll go back to fantasy, but like Chris Godwin was like wide receiver 1 for like the first 3-4 weeks.
Down. Yes.
So yeah, no, I guess you're right about it. Just surprising to say the least. As I think the Broncos pick is in, just waiting for good old commish.
Yeah. So let's. Igbuka was a shock. Now let's go to the Broncos. You had mentioned, is this where Hampton goes? Does another running back go here?
Yeah, this may be the spot where we get our second running back. I know Joe, who's his mock draft had Amari and Hampton here. So did Ryan and Brady's mock draft had Hampton here. A lot of America had Amari and Hampton here. So I think that's it. Sean Payton's looking for his Alvin Kamara.
I don't think they take him. I think they go with Mike Green. I'm going to say Mike Green and Will Johnson until they're picked.
All right. That could be. What about you really don't see this a lot in the NFL, but what about like a pairing with Surtain and Will Johnson?
That's what I was thinking. Bump Riley Moss into the slot. That's a
you lock up like a secondary in a division with Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, and Geno Smith.
Yeah,
that'd be something.
You two can sling the rock. I feel like that would be a fantastic thing. It reminds me of the Broncos when they won the Super Bowl with Peyton Manning. I mean, their defense was just. I think it was the Seahawks were no-fly zone, but I mean they were pretty damn close. I mean, it was Aqib Talib, Chris Harris. Let's see.
Like they go corner, but not the one I said.
They go corner.
Jahdae Barron.
I like that pick too. I mean, like I had Will Johnson ahead of him, but Jahdae Barron, I really like Jahdae Barron also. I mean, we have him. Where do we have him on our?
This secondary is very interesting now.
Yes, I'm a fan.
They added Ufanga at safety this year too, who was very impressive. Now with Surtain and now Barron, I mean, like you said, you got to win your division first, right? And if you can limit the passing yards of a Mahomes, of a Herbert, of a Geno Smith, I mean, you're going to be in good positions to win some games. And I mean, and don't forget, Broncos, a playoff team last year.
Exactly.
The playoff game didn't go well, but hell, they made it, you know? So Jai Barron, who I thought was going to go earlier, I liked him personally over Will Johnson, not like by a lot, just was my preference of cornerback. What a fun ad. That's a good ad. That's a great defensive ad. Like, that's awesome for them.
I like this. Like we said, once we start talking about defense here, I really, really liked it. He's our 12th overall guy. So on our board, he's a steal here. Second overall corner behind Will Johnson. I mean, first team all SEC when last year at Texas. 5'11", 200 pounds, good size for a DB. I mean, his production was great last year at Texas, was really helped them get to the college football playoffs. Brady comped him to Julian Love. I like that. I think this is all around a good pick. You know, like you said, you're in a division with Patrick Mahomes. You're in a division with Justin Herbert, Geno Smith. These dudes consistently at the top of the league leaders for passing yards, touchdowns. And how do you stop that? You get a shutdown defense. Build through the draft. Pat Surtain, he's going to lock down your number one. And then you look over there and it's Barron, it's Hufanga. Riley Moss is no slouch, and they were a fantastic defense last year, and they just got even better. I think I really like this pick.
Yep, and if you took Jahdae Barron's over draft position, you would have hit hitting at 20 over 18.5. So another one. Man, this first round, still a lot of available guys, man. I mean, like I said, Will Johnson, Mike Green, we keep saying. No safeties yet off the board as Starks is still there. We still haven't got our second receiver, our second running back. This has been interesting. We'll see what the Steelers are staying put. They had a fun offseason getting DK Metcalf. That was the big trade there. This is where it helps, especially if you want to go fantasy wise. I didn't really like the pairing of Metcalf and Pickens. But we'll see if they go quarterback here.
I feel like if they wanted a quarterback, they're running up there and sprinting to the stage and handing them the quarterback they want. If not, now I wonder if this changes things. Like maybe they weren't sold on Shedeur, they didn't want to trade up for him, or they thought they could just get Jackson Dart. It's gonna be really.
Yeah, and for the Steelers, I mean, obviously the most important position is quarterback, and your depth chart, I think right now is like Skylar Thompson and Mason Rudolph. Yes. That's awful. And they're unfortunately still waiting around for Aaron Rodgers to see if he makes a decision. But they also don't have Najee Harris anymore. You know, it's Jalen Warren now back there, and he's not young and spry. Could be running back. They lost Dan Moore Jr., who's their left tackle, could be a tackle. So we'll see as Goodell's picking right now.
The board. No quarterback. Defense. Defensive tackle Derek Harmon.
Harmon. Wow, what is going on?
I'm just going to say I don't think the over on quarterbacks is going to hit.
Sure isn't, dude.
Wow,
oh, man. I mean, there's nowhere for a quarterback to go. You know, we're hitting a mark where these are playoff teams, and everybody
at this point
has a quarterback.
Shedeur falling out of the first round.
Yeah,
it's a possibility.
I mean, it is, and it's. This is nuts.
To me, this confirms Aaron Rodgers will be signing with the Steelers. It's just a matter of time whenever he's done his retreats or whatever. Aaron Rodgers.
Just gonna say, we comment on the Twitch. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers, you are a Steeler, brother.
Yeah, there we go. Shoot the rock. That's our boy at Blitz.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers
man.
is a Steeler. I mean, that's unofficially confirmed right there. But Derek Harmon, good player.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a 25th ranked player on our big board, 4th D tackle, big, massive human being, 6'5", 311 pounds. Second team All Big Ten last year at Oregon, their first year in the Big Ten. Natural power and explosiveness off the line. Breakout season last year at Oregon. Ryan says he has one of the highest ceilings in this draft. What do you think about them going defense here?
It's just such a Steeler thing, right? I mean, just continue to just build your defense. Steel City football is incredible. Yeah, like Ryan said in his notes, I mean, the big word is natural, right? This dude can get out of bed and he is a powerhouse. He is explosive. But now he gets to fine tune that in Pittsburgh, where that's where you find that grit. That's where you get that second edge and learn a thing or two. And Derek Harmon may be looking at a long career in the black and gold. Yeah, this is just such a Steelers pick, dude. I mean, really.
I go into a defensive line where they have Cam Hayward, they have TJ Watt. He's gonna, I mean, the rich get richer basically on their D line right here, and he's gonna learn from some fantastic Steelers. And Mike Tomlin, one of the best coaches in the NFL. It was a lot of Steelers fans want to part ways. Just it's getting a little stale, but I mean, he's gonna learn AFC. North.
Yeah.
AFC North football.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is a beast. You're probably a little concerned if you're DK Metcalf. You're like, I know you paid me and everything, brought me over here, but who the hell is getting me this ball?
Yeah.
Listen, nobody's pulling the trigger yet on QB2. And
I don't know when it's going to be. Like, I don't think it's going to be any of the next 3 picks. I don't see like anyone trading up because unless you hear of someone else trading up for your guy, I don't know that you're going to jump anyone.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah. So, I mean, as we approach the 22nd pick with the Chargers, they're still pick is not in yet. It's still ticking away. This is what kind of the whole world thought it was going to be Loveland, right? Harbaugh gets his.
We're going to add our boy Joe, JL Steelers Blitz. I'm sorry, I forgot to add him. Joe, how we doing?
Good, man. What's happening, boys?
This
how we feeling?
Was a shock to us. What are your thoughts?
I feel great. I was never on the Sanders train, really. I had a deep feeling that this would be the pick. I was hoping for D-line. So I'm as happy as can be right now.
Now, we were saying this basically confirms Aaron Rodgers is going to be a Steeler, right?
I would think so. I would think they're leaning that way. The Sanders thing caught a lot of steam. I don't know if it was a smokescreen to try to push, some of these linemen down their way, get somebody trade in front of them, take some quarterbacks, which pushes every other position down their way. But Sanders is still on the board. So if the love is real, then you can always come back and get him. Someone's going to do it.
Exactly right. Exactly. We were talking about how there's so much parity in this draft, and you have your own big board. Do you think it's very we said it's a lot of parity? Do you agree with that? And do you think that could be a reason there's not been a lot of trades tonight outside the blockbuster to begin? A lot of guys all around the same talent level, and you can get them later. Do you think you can get their guy later so they don't have to trade up for it? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think, like you said, there's not a lot of blue chip players, and they're kind of lumped together. So, like the D lineman, for example, there was Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, Walter Nolan, and then Derek Harmon. But it's kind of pick your preference, what type of player you want. One is not that much better than the rest. And I think throughout the first round and part of the second round, it's largely that way. So guys are just waiting because you're getting, say, like receiver. I was really high on Egbuka, and you take Tet McMillan, say at 8, You know, he went to Carolina at 8, and there's not that much drop off, even if you wait, 11 picks like the Bucks did to get Egbuka. The trades, I thought there would be more action. I thought the price to move up would be less than the boards say, just because it was all these picks are so close in talent, but teams are just sitting and picking. It's a little different this year.
It really is. It really is. And you're one of our best draft analysts. Who are your best available, and who would you say should be the next pick?
So we got the Chargers on the board.
Chargers are on the board.
Yeah.
I personally feel like this is slam dunk. It's got to be Will Johnson. You got the Harbaugh, Michigan connection. You're in a division with Patrick Mahomes. You got to stop him. I feel like it's slam dunk. Mail the ticket.
I agree. There's also now I can't see them really going Mike Green. I know Mike Green, talent-wise, he's one of the best guys on the board. I agree. Will Johnson, I think teams were turned off by him not competing in the combine, not even running a 40 in his pro day. But that's not really his game. Everybody knows he's not a burner. He's not running down the sideline with the burners. The Michigan connection is perfect for Harbaugh. It's a position of need for them. I can totally see that. A lot of people had them taking guard, but Zabel and Booker both off the field. Will Johnson makes a lot of sense to me. Dark horse could be a Marion Hampton. They have Najee Harris, but it's a 1-year deal. He's not really an explosive runner. I don't think they have the explosive runner. Harbaugh likes his bell cow backs. That could certainly be Hampton.
Well, from the looks of this, they are 3 seconds away from not getting a pick in.
Yeah.
Of course.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know. Oh, the pick is in. All right. I don't know if that was just a production thing or whatnot, but I kept seeing that thing tick away.
Well,
They do have a pick in.
Which means, to me, that means were they on the phones trying to deal away someone or trade back? I also would not mind a receiver here.
Yeah, I could see that.
I wonder who, Steven.
It's going to be my boy Luther Burden. But I would not be surprised if Matthew Golden either.
Matthew Golden makes a lot of sense to me. Luther Burden, I would get it. He's a very high ceiling player. But to me, they have Lad McConkey, who kind of works the inside. They need somebody on the outside to open things up for McConkey and just give Herbert an option outside. Now, a lot of people are high enough on Jaden Higgins to go end the first round. I personally am not, but I could see Matthew Golden. That would make some sense because he can work inside and out.
Exactly. He would give Herbert that burner to go deep and take the top off, which would open a ton for McConkey. I don't think I love Burden, Dean. I've been talking about Burden all night, but I just really don't think he would.
Not the best
I think he'd fit fine. I think he's great enough to. I think he can win enough on the outside where you think he could. He's just a tool that he would fit in on any offense, in my opinion. But he's best in the slot, and they have McConkey. I don't think it's the best fit. But I think slam dunk Will Johnson here, and then you get your receiver tomorrow.
Yeah, I think, I either two things for the Chargers here. Either one, their guy got taken right in front of them and they wanted Harmon, or they were fielding those calls to see if, somebody was going to give up something worth enough to move back. They added a few corners in this offseason. They brought back Mike Williams, but I don't think that's a big deal, not anything like that. So it's really a toss-up on what they're going to pick here as Goodell's at the stage. Marion Hampton.
Hampton. There it is. So Omarion Hampton, the second running back off the board. Joe, instant thoughts right here.
There's no better spot for Marion Hampton. He's Najee Harris is there. They'll split carries. It'll cut into both their production, but long term, that is a Jim Harbaugh back if I've ever seen one.
That is.
Yeah,
Dean,
absolutely.
What are your thoughts on Omarion Hampton now? The newest.
Yeah, I never thought that he would get to here. I think the Broncos pick threw me off a little bit, but he's such a great athlete, beautiful runner. This class is stacked with it, and he's at the top for a reason. Yeah, like you said, this is such a hardball guy. I think these back-to-back picks, it was like, I think Harmon's such a stealer, and then Hampton makes so much sense for a hardball offense. It will be very, very nice to watch. And look, I mean, a UNC kid going from sick uniforms to now sick uniforms with the Chargers. So good for him. I'm
Blues
excited.
all the way.
Yeah, baby blues for his whole career. Good for
Shout
him.
out Doug in the chat. He predicted the Hampton to Chicago right before it happened. If you would have told me Omarion Hampton going before Shedeur Sanders, pretty interesting. Pretty interesting.
Yeah.
And so when I watch him run, speaking of him being a hardball back, I think back to the 49ers when he had Carlos Hyde. He's a spitting image of Carlos Hyde.
Ooh, that's a good one. I love that. Yeah. I like that
6
comparison.
220-pound back. Like, he was our 22nd ranked player on our big board. Goes at pick 22, our second.
22, right in line. Look at that.
There we go. So we know what we're talking about over here at Blitz Sports Media.
So, question for you guys: just so far in the draft, you mentioned, because any mock draft I think I did so far, I had a Marion Hampton to the Broncos, but they go Jahdae Barron, which never in my wildest dreams did I see that. Same with Egbuka to the Bucks. I had them going defense, and every mock I ever did. Those are my two biggest surprises. You guys have any other surprises so far?
Colston Loveland to Chicago or Tyler Warren was the biggest shock. Obviously, there was the blockbuster with Travis Hunter trade. But the pick, I thought, that, and then you could say Tyler Booker for the Cowboys. That was a surprising pick as well. Dean, what about you?
Yeah, the Egbuka one is for me. I think that one really threw me off. I did not see that coming. I thought it was a team that was settled with 3 great receivers, and they just wanted to add another one, I guess. So still shocked by that. Definitely surprising. But yeah, like I said, this draft has just been such a head scratcher, and you really don't know what's coming next. We try saying here like, oh yeah, they can use this, they can use that, and then they're just making a right turn and just picking somebody else. So I
would have the most sure of a pick besides Cam Ward and maybe Abdul Carter. I thought for sure they were going to go Will Johnson here. I thought the Michigan connection, winning a title at Michigan with Harbaugh, I thought that would have been enough to send him to, and he fell all the way down there to the Chargers. I thought that for sure that's where he would go, but I guess not. All right, Green Bay is now on the clock. Pick is not in yet, so I feel like at this point the times are going lower for these teams. I wonder if that means they're looking for trades. They weren't expecting this, or what have you. Joe, Green Bay, if you're the GM, what are you doing here?
Well, when I did my mock, I had them taking Donovan Ezaraku. So I went to Boston College, where their defensive coordinator used to be his head coach. It's a position of need. It's kind of a no-brainer for me. I know wide receiver is a popular pick there. They traditionally don't take wide receivers first round. Maybe they're hearing the noise. I'd be surprised if Aaron Rodgers couldn't talk them into taking a first round receiver, that they're going to do it, on their own. So it'd be interesting to see. They can go a lot of directions here.
Yeah,
Dean,
that's a great point. Yeah, I think I don't see really offense at all. I think it's going to be kind of best available. So I think it's going to be on the defensive side of the ball. Just basing off our big board here, there's a lot of great defenders available for them. They lost a few corners in this offseason, so maybe Will Johnson, but yeah, I'm going to go defensive side of the ball here. I don't know. It would be nice, I guess. I don't know. An edge? I guess Mike Green. Yeah, come on. Green Bay, right? Let's do it. What a marketing push. Come on.
They could definitely sell those green.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, do that.
Yeah, I think these teams are waiting a little bit. Like you mentioned before, the clock is definitely going down. I think someone's waiting to see if someone's coming up for a quarterback.
Exactly right. someone were to come up for a quarterback, what teams were you thinking? I mean, the Steelers, maybe. Do you have to trade up now? Because I'm thinking, unless you get word from someone else that another team is looking to trade up, I don't like Green Bay's not taking a quarterback. Minnesota's not going to take a quarterback. Houston not taking. These are all playoff teams. Most teams in the playoffs are not looking to add another quarterback. So
yeah, it's a chess game. I mean, or like you said, you might be trying to trade in front of another team that's trying to trade up.
Exactly.
Or they're just hoping. You know, obviously nobody. You know, the last 3 or 4 teams that have picked have run it all the way down to triple zeros, but nothing. There's no action, so they're just hoping someone calls. But nothing's happening here. I mean, it was pretty obvious. The first team that really ran it down was the Broncos, and to me, that was to, you know, see if somebody would come and get ahead of the Steelers, which had never happened.
Exactly right. And we have Brady joining with us again. Brady, how's it going?
Good, man. We just been walking around trying to talk to some players and keeping up with the picks. And I gotta say, my number one takeaway the last hour is that two things really stood out to me. One is that Tampa took Egbuka. I really can't believe that. It was pretty apparent in that Washington game.
You cut out, Brady.
Yeah, like I said, definitely that was the big surprise, right? Egbuka to Tampa was most shocking.
That one got us all.
Tampa. The only thing that we could come up with was, I mean, they just re-signed Chris Godwin. Mike Evans is still there. There had to be something where maybe there was a little setback with Godwin. Maybe he's not as healthy as they would have liked at this point, and it's not a panic move.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're perfect.
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay, sorry. Continue.
Yeah. So we were saying, if the Egbuka thing, the only thing we can think of is if they re-sign Godwin, maybe he's not as healthy as they would have liked him to be at this point.
Don't spoil it.
Like Evans might only have 1 to 2 more years left, they tell him. So maybe they're just planning for the future ahead of time and and when they're all healthy, I mean, that's going to be a pretty damn good trio right there.
Yeah, I think the other thing that really surprised me. Hold on, I'll let you guys see this pick. Is it about to be announced for you guys?
I think he's
Pick is in.
Up any second.
Yeah, pick is
He's
in.
walking up.
Okay, I'll let you guys see it in a second, but I'm just going to say Jahdae Barron, I don't get – you had the number 1 defense in the league with the defensive player of the year at cornerback, and you take a corner there when you need a Y or a running back. That's what I didn't understand.
Okay, but I think
something you really never see too. Pairing of corners too in the first round. It's kind of something you really never see in the NFL.
And I would have taken Will Johnson if I took a corner personally.
We've been saying that all night.
I don't understand. I understand he didn't run a crazy great 40 time, but I really don't. Will Johnson has amazing tape, and besides Travis Hunter, he's the best cornerback tape. He's a national championship MVP. He's locked up Marvin Harrison before, Romo Dunze. Like I don't get it with it, man.
Yeah.
Someone's going to get a really good player in Will Johnson late. A good team is going to get a really good player.
Him and Mike Green both still on the board.
Yeah, right.
Nuts. Yeah, these guys are gonna be added to playoff teams, which is just insane.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let Will Johnson go to 32. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't let Will Johnson fall.
Well, hey, watch. No, it's gonna be Mike Green at 32.
I would love that. We need an edge to replace Josh Sweat. I'm happy with either of them.
They still won't hurry up and announce this. I know what it is, but I'm not spoiling it for you guys.
Appreciate you.
I have it on mute, so I've been trying to read lips all night.
Oh,
Joe, we'll keep you around for this analysis of this Green Bay pick, and then we'll let you get back to your draft party, all right?
All right, man. Let's see what Mark Murphy has to say here.
A lot.
Yeah, no kidding.
My pack is select. What are we doing here, guy? What is there more to say?
I don't know. He's trying to gas up the home crowd here.
Oh,
there we go. First round receiver for Green Bay. Matthew
What?
Golden.
Oh, wow.
Hook 'em horns.
I'm actually disappointed with that because I wanted the Patriots to trade back up into the first and take him at that point. Or at this point, it doesn't seem like there's a receiver worth doing that for. I don't think I would do
No.
that for Luther Burden. So,
Wow. I just I can't
Golden.
believe it. I mean, something you never do for years, and now here we are.
so
Exactly.
here's my question for you guys. Who do we think that Minnesota, Houston, and the Rams go with? Because for Minnesota, I think it might be Travion Henderson. I think it might be a running back here. I was thinking Derek Harmon or an interior guy. Most of those are really off the board at this point. Houston, got to be Josh Simmons at this point. I feel like I don't really think there's another choice for them there. And then for the Rams, Jahad Campbell. Those are my three right now.
Okay.
I'm 100% with you. I think
Yep.
I mocked Trevion Henderson to the Vikings. They have very little picks, so I think they're going to try to get high impact with the picks they do have. There's no higher impact that you can do than Trevion Henderson to that offense.
And he would really help out McCarthy. We were saying earlier that the young quarterbacks, you really want to just get them as many weapons as possible to really just help them grow and have. And Travion Henderson would be that perfect check down option. Also, great runner out of the backfield. I feel like that would be a good addition to help.
Hey, one guy that's still there that I think the Vikings could go with that they don't go Henderson is Malachi Starks.
Yeah, Starks would be big.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think that I don't know, that makes a little bit, I wouldn't say more sense, but that makes it, I think that could happen as well, Starks. But the other two, I think you're spot on. Makes the most sense for Simmons and then Campbell. But hey, listen, we have been fooled all night long, so we will see.
Hey, Ryan's over here clamoring for the Chiefs to trade up and take Simmons, and if the Texans allow that, then they're bugging.
Oh yeah, the Texans should never do that.
Could you imagine getting Green this late?
Joe, what were your thoughts on Matthew Golden here to Green Bay?
I wasn't as high on Golden as most, but I think it's a good fit because now they don't have a great wide receiver, but they've got some good ones. So he'll be facing a lot of single coverage, which is what his strength is just winning one-on-ones. He can play inside and out, which is kind of what they do. They move their guys around a lot. It just gives them another option. I mean, he's a good, easy quarterback target.
Know exactly who.
And he's big play threat, which they kind of need. They were dependent on Christian Watson to be that. Obviously, he isn't on the field, so they need somebody who can kind of take the top off the defense. They want to run the ball, they want to run.
Yeah.
So they need somebody to get them back in two deep safeties, open it up a little bit, and he can certainly do that.
Exactly right. Joe, thank you for joining us. You're having a great draft party. I hope your draft night's going well. If you want more from Joe, he's one of our top draft analysts and NFL contributors over at Blitz Sports Media. On Twitter, he's JL Sports, and he runs the Steelers Blitz account. Joe, thank you so much.
All right, fellas.
See you, Joe.
See you guys.
So, guys, I want to ask this while we're waiting on this next pick. I think I've got my three in mind. I want your three winners and your three losers so far here in the first round.
Dean, I'll let you go with this one.
Yeah, I think the number one winner for me right now is the Browns. I think that trade back and the haul that they got was awesome. I love the pairing of Graham and Garrett. That's just fun to have on your defense. Just an incredible foundation. And then I'm expecting them to trade up still, so I don't think their night's over. Loser. I guess you got to go. I don't want to keep saying Cowboys, but I say Cowboys. I think the Cowboys. That was just a weird pick for me. And then honestly, maybe even the Raiders. I still don't like the Genti to the Raiders thing, so it doesn't make the most sense for me. But yeah, that's off the top of my head. That's how I would go with.
I don't want to piggyback off Dean. I do like the Browns getting an extra first rounder and early second and getting maybe one of the best players on their board, and Mason Graham. I think that's a great trade. Jaguars going up and getting Travis Hunter. I feel like that if you're getting a generational player like that, that's a win. But I'll say, I really like the Broncos getting Barron. I feel like it was not expected, and I can see you guys weren't as big of fans as I am. I think in that division, you got to stop Patrick Mahomes. He's the man to beat, and to stop him is defense. And if you get that pass rush, they have a good pass rush, good defense. I think it just gets better.
Guys, we've got breaking news supposedly from Dov on Twitter, and that is that the Giants have traded back up into the first round. Shador Sanders might be a Giant here in the next few minutes.
Oh boy.
We will see. It'll be interesting if they do trade back up. If that's official. Is it going to be Shador or is it going to be Jackson Dart?
That will tell a lot.
Vikings.
What if it's real? What if it's neither and it's Milrow?
What? Just stay put then.
Yeah, I agree.
Jackson goes here to the Vikings. Brady, thoughts on that?
I kind of like it. It's not what I would have done with either of the first two. I thought either Henderson, a different Ohio State guy, or Starks there. But at the same time, you saw that Rams-Vikings playoff game. You saw Sam Darnold the last couple games of the year, that and against Detroit, where he was getting absolutely clobbered and the interior was getting collapsed every time it felt like. What we got here?
Go.
Oh,
we got
25. We got
Giants now
25.
Is it going to be prime time?
Oh boy. But yeah, so going off that, I think you're right about the Vikings. They saw what happened to Darnold, and now you're going to put in, JJ McCarthy in there. You got to protect him. We said it earlier with the Patriots protecting your young quarterbacks. So yeah, this makes fundamentally sense for the Vikings as they continue to come off of a 14-win season.
Definitely. While we wait for that, I want to go ahead and give my winners and losers. Yeah, I'm going the opposite of both you guys. My big winner is the Jaguars. Scared money, don't make no money. I understand you had to give up the haul, but dude, I'm just loving the idea of a Liam Cohen offense with Travis Hunter and Brian Thomas. This is Trevor Lawrence's last shot, if we're honest. Like, Trevor Lawrence has not been bad. Trevor Lawrence has not been what he was supposed to be. And I know he's on that big contract, and I'm not saying they'd cut him if he doesn't do well, but this is to prove you're that franchise guy. Otherwise, you're another Tua with a bad contract. I think another winner in this one, I really like the Dolphins pick. I might be unpopular there, but I love Kenneth Grant. A lot of people think he got picked too high, but I love Kenneth Grant. And just to interrupt myself real quick, the compensation that we got here, the Texans traded pick 25 to the Giants for picks 34, 99, and a 2026 third rounder here.
Okay.
So it sounds like a lot.
Not a lot.
Either this means that the Texans think that Simmons will be there at 34, or they don't like him, and I bet they go Josh Connerly at 34.
No, okay. Yeah. Yeah, the Texans have to go.
Ryan's over here trying to make this about the Chiefs still. It's I don't understand.
Oh, man. Well, this is interesting. I mean, entering today, Jackson Dart was minus 135 to be drafted by the Giants. Didn't think that Shador would fall, I guess. I thought it was going to be Pittsburgh. This is going to be interesting. I mean, as a Giants fan, this is kind of what I was hoping for. You get your best player available. That's Abdul Carter. And then if you want a quarterback, come back and get him. It seems like it was. I mean, honestly, I don't mind that trade at all.
I was going to say that.
I'm with you there.
To move
Giants get their quarterback, and then at this point, they gave up 34. But they've got their edge. If they go quarterback here, they've got a quarterback to sit behind Russell and Jameis. You're not going to have to get thrown in there immediately. And then you can go and get a corner maybe with your third pick. I'm not sure where that is at this point after 34 being gone, but I'm assuming at the beginning of the fourth round, you can go and get a cornerback. There still might be one. It's a pretty deep cornerback class, not a super top-heavy cornerback class, but you've still got guys like Siobhan Ravel, Trey Amos, Maxwell Harrison, keep going down the line, Benjamin Morrison. You've got a corner that you could even trade back up into the third to get, honestly. But I also want to finish off my thought with the winners and losers. You guys said it. Loser to me, Cowboys. Cowboys and the Saints are my two losers. They both way overpicked offensive linemen. I understand offensive line was a need. If I was the Cowboys, for sure would have gone wide receiver. CD does not have a number 2 next to him. He just lost Brandon Cooks, who wasn't even a great number 2 to begin with. It's Dak and CD against the world. And I guess we're just trying to make sure Dak doesn't get hurt, but we don't really care who he's throwing to.
Yeah. Yeah, great points. Obviously. Yeah, totally agree.
Now with the Giants on the clock trading back up, which quarterback is it going to be?
That's the question.
Yeah.
I want to say I don't like Jackson Dart. If it's Jackson Dart, he is not a first-round quarterback. Go and watch his games against high-level SEC competition. Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama. It's not good. All of his stats were compiled against the Furmans and the FCS Southeast of the world. I'm not a fan. Gimmicky Lane Kiffin offense. Get him out of here. I don't like it in the first round, but that might be what's about to happen here.
Yeah. We'll see.
As a Giants fan, who are you wanting right here?
I think it puts you in a good position because they're coming back for the guy that they want. I don't know who it is yet, but at 3 there was probably a split and a divide in the room on what they need to do. You get the edge in Abdul Carr, which is awesome. Now you come and you get to pick the guy that you were concerned about missing out on. I don't know if it's Shador, even though they put a lot of time into watching his games, visiting him, workouts. But they did a lot, too, with Jackson Dart. I know it seemed like Milroe was very excited when the Giants were brought up every time he interviewed. So I don't know. I think it would be a real blow if Giants come up and they don't take Shador.
We got another trade here. The Falcons are trading up to 26 right after this. This might be we got Jalen Walker. We got Jalen Walker already. Could it be Jahad Campbell? Could you go double down on linebackers? One's a pass rusher, one's off ball. Do you go Will Johnson here? Do you pair up Will Johnson with AJ Terrell and Jesse Bates?
Do you think the traded out of that? The Giants trade ahead of the Rams to get the quarterback they want. Maybe Shador, and then the Rams were going to take Shador there, and instead now they're trading out.
It looks like the Giants are about to get their quarterback right here. Let's see who it is.
Boy. Yeah,
He's
definitely.
Walking to the stage now.
Will the Giants be the Giants? Will they continue? I don't know.
Dean, your heart's pounding, isn't it?
I don't know what to expect.
I know what's coming. I just want to see the reaction.
Oh boy.
I don't know if Steven caught me throwing a subtle hint there. But
I was not. I didn't look.
Wow. They do you just don't like Sanders that much?
I was throwing darts.
That's crazy. Oh, that's okay. All right. Love it.
That's bad. That's bad.
Jackson Dart.
Wow. I mean,
Jackson Dart, get ready to learn Micah Parsons, buddy.
oh boy. I don't know about that.
And
if you love him, you love him.
You got this guy about to learn from Mr. Unlimited and Mr. Crab Legs.
Oh.
Wow. That is an all-time quarterback.
Jackson Dart was one of the guys that I really liked coming into this. I think he's just got that natural swagger about him that's not too over the top.
That is one thing he does have.
Yeah, I feel like he's good off schedule. I feel like he's just got the he's just an improviser, and he's one tough dude. That dude is gonna. I don't think you're knocking him out of the game, but yeah, wow, I'm shocked.
Yeah,
team,
but not.
At least it's your team.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just shocked by you didn't like Shador that much. You know what I mean? You put so much work and time into him, and what I would love to be a fly on the wall to see what did you not like, or what did you really just love about Jackson Dart? Is it really just that?
You want to know what I think the process was here by the Giants this offseason? I think they realized their quarterback of the future, or the quarterback I really liked in the future at least, was not in this draft. And I think that they were like, okay, if you're Brian Dable, you're coaching for your job too a little bit. So you're going to go and get these two veterans to mentor him to kind of delay that hot seat a little bit because you can go in. If you're not winning, it's like, well, hey, we brought in these vets on a 1 year so they could teach Jackson. You got to wait until we can see what Jackson can do. He's kind of pushing it back to where he has more time. Oh, this is not a good pick by the Falcons. You guys are going to see it in a few minutes, but
Oh no. Oh man.
I don't like it. Y'all might like it. Y'all might like this prospect.
Interesting.
By the way, on a side note here, what's really cool to me, I think we all like Mike Green. He's going to go to a contender at this point. He's either a Raven, a Lion, or a Bill, probably.
You don't think Detroit at all?
I say either a Raven, a Lion, or a Bill. Those are the three. I think one of those is going to be Mike Green.
The Ravens get
How do
him.
Commanders not take him now?
Like they would pick him.
Commander. I think everyone left would
Dropping
pick
to y'all, bro. Bro, he's not dropping to the Chiefs.
You said Chiefs?
Anything's possible.
Yeah, but like 3 of these next 4 teams need an edge. Izaraiku's still on the board. I will say that. Scourton, but I don't see a world where you pick Scourton over Mike Green.
Baltimore will still be in the market for a lineman.
Ryan's trying to talk himself into the Chiefs getting Mike Green.
Just said there's no chance. There literally is a chance. But Josh,
If they trade up, there's a chance.
look at the teams picking in front of them.
I mean, listen, we've said his name multiple times tonight, and it just has not been him.
I think you're tripping.
So,
Wow.
Okay, Baltimore in the market for an edge. Detroit in the market for an edge. Washington could be in the market for an edge. Buffalo. Oh, for Simmons, yes, that could. I thought we were talking about Mike Green. My fault. No, Simmons, that could happen.
Simmons looks like an actual reality.
I hope
Wow.
he's terrible.
Jackson Dart. Jackson
I
Dart.
like Josh Simmons. I hope I'm wrong on him if he goes to the Chiefs and he's the worst left tackle in history. All right, here we go.
All right, coming to the stage.
Oh, we got some Falcons fans not happy here.
Uh-oh.
We got.
Ooh. All right.
Oh.
Boys, after we talk about this pick, I'm gonna
That's what I was thinking about.
Wow. When you said it wasn't a guy, or you weren't, it was. I scrolled down. I saw Pierce Jr. I thought this could be a interesting pick. He's our 29th ranked guy, 6th edge, 6'5", 243 pounds, 2-time first team All SEC player comp. Hassan Reddick from Ryan Brady.
What's the thinking?
This or
So they're doubling down on guys that can rush the passer, but this shows to me that they want Jalen Walker to also play in an off-ball linebacker role. They don't want him to just be a pass rush specialist. But with Pierce, man, he's so weird to me. I think the bad outweighs the good, especially when you consider the character things. But, dude, there are things that he does really, really well, things that pop out, and there are things that are really, really poor. He's stiff. He has no bend. He's very fast, but he's small, but he's strong. It's like all these conflicting things. I wouldn't take the chance on him. The Falcons felt they need to trade up. I would have taken, if you're going to take an edge, for sure Mike Green. I like Ezeraiku better than Pierce, and I would have taken Will Johnson above Pierce, but the Falcons front office is prone to mishaps, so.
So the
James Pierce pick.
so I'm trying to look at the trade too. I'm trying to see. Oh, they gave up a first rounder for next year. Wow.
They did?
Yes. It says Falcons get this pick that they just used on Pierce, 2025 third, and the Rams got the 46th pick of this year, then a 26 first round and a 7th rounder later in this draft, according to Schefter.
Boys, I'm going to let Ryan hop on here real quick for a few minutes. I'm going to try and join before we're at pick 31, 32. We'll see, depending on Ryan wanting to give his commentary on the Chiefs, but I'm going to let him hop on real quick.
Absolutely.
James Pierce. It's an interesting. I mean, I don't think it was the right pick right now. I think, like we've just been saying it all night. Mike Green, the fall of Mike Green, Will Johnson, Malachi Starks. They are
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll say
These
it's
three best. They're the three best available by far. I mean,
yeah, and giving up another. I mean, the
giving up another
Giants,
one when the Giants
another
did it.
one. Yeah, that's
Yo,
strange. Yeah,
Ryan,
what's
how we
up,
doing?
Ryan?
we're just hanging out, listening to these. Honestly, the last 10 picks, just crazy. Like this is what the NFL draft's all about. And the chaos is really happening right now. I mean, we got some really good players available, and these next few teams picking the first round are going to be very interesting to see what happens. I mean, we've heard a lot of rumors of Philly wanting to trade up. That didn't happen. It's interesting to see if their guy is gone now at this point, which could potentially have been James Pierce, or here at Baltimore, the pick is in. I'm going to let Andrew hop in instead of me, but very interesting to see what Baltimore does. I think it could be Mike Green finally.
Awesome.
Adding Andrew back. Andrew, welcome back.
Guys, what's up, guys?
Well, how you doing? Ravens
Man,
are on
it's
the
been kind of wild.
It's been a wild night.
Yeah, as much as I want like an edge rusher like Mike Green or Ezra, I think it's Malachi Starks. Like that's just the guy that I've heard that he would pair really well with Kyle Hamilton, like or maybe even Ward. But I think Kyle Hamilton you look at skill sets. I think Starks is like that.
Starks
that
and who?
high awareness, like guy at free safety. He could be their Marcus Williams replacement.
I like that. I like it. I have Starks as
even worry, but I don't know. I don't see him as a good fit in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. I see Malachi Starks in that tier of prospect of like a Kyle Hamilton. I think he could really change the defense. And the bias in me is hoping Eagles get him or Will Johnson. And obviously Mike Green is still available. Oh, this maybe it's because my team's coming up, but all these teams are contenders, Super Bowl contenders. And there's some damn good players left. Impact players from day one. I feel like this – maybe I'm overreacting to the moment, but I feel like these next few picks could have a very, very large impact in the playoffs next season.
Absolutely, yeah. These are guys that can, especially on the defensive side of the ball, these are guys that can be added and playing, in big moments. And a lot of these teams, that's what didn't get them to the Super Bowl was their defense. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the rest of this first round pans out. Just a shocking night, really. Oof.
What a night. What a night. Andrew, watching at home, what were your thoughts on some winners and losers on the night?
Yeah.
Can you hear us, Andrew?
Sorry, repeat that. You kind of cut out.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Give us some of your teams that were some winners of the night and some picks you're like, not a big fan of, some losers.
I'll start with like the losers. I guess it depends on who they get tomorrow, but Denver taking Jahdae Barron, that was kind of interesting. I mean, like, I don't know. I think American Hampton would, or Travion Henderson, that he would have been like a perfect fit for Sean Payton, but obviously they see another running back that they can add tomorrow.
Now let me spin it to you this way. I was kind
in terms of like winners, like
I really like Barron, and I feel like in a division with Patrick Mahomes getting two stud.
You're good.
I feel like that could really help. And the Ravens are on the clock. Let's see who they pick. Andrew, give us your live reaction. Commissioner's walking up.
Oh.
All right, there it is. Malachi Starks.
Andrew nailed it.
Andrew nailed it. You heard it here first. Blitz Sports Media.
That's true.
So this is exactly what you wanted, right? Did you hear
Oh
me?
yeah,
Adrian?
yeah. That's who I. Yeah, yeah. That's who I was projecting, and I guess they want to go after the edge and guard positions tomorrow because they do have a few younger guys still in the building. So
Yeah, I really like this pick, Malachi Starks. He's our 14th overall prospect, first safety taken off the board, and he's our best ranked safety. 6'1", just under 200 pounds, first team All-American, two-time first team All-SEC. Brady Compton to Jesse Bates, and that's a great comparison. I feel like that's a great player. I mean, Jesse Bates is one of the best safeties in the NFL, and I feel like Malachi Starks has that potential. And pairing him with Kyle Hamilton, that's a pretty scary safety duo. Instantly, that could be the best in the league, if not already like unanimously the best. I'm really impressed with this pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's a physical guy, great ball control as well. It's just always a nice luxury to have in your safety. Yeah, kind of seeing these like secondary duos, right? You mentioned before, like with the Broncos going with another corner. And Kyle Hamilton is, one of the top safeties in this league, and now you give him, a kind of dancing partner now on such a scary Ravens defense. And as you said to Andrew, like maybe addressing the edge later in this draft, maybe it'd be tomorrow. So, probably still more to come from the Ravens.
Yeah, certainly.
yeah, for sure.
All right, Lions are on the clock. Pick is in. What are you thinking here for the Lions? Dean, what do you think?
I think they could go edge. Oh,
yeah. No, I'm with you too. I think Andrew's right. I think an edge would be sick. Another kind of defensive duo again. So something opposite of Hutchinson to really bring the pain to the entire NFC. So yeah, that's a good one. I like that a lot.
Do we see Mike Green here?
Yeah, right.
At this point, we're just going to say it for every pick.
Yeah, him or Ezaraku, right? You would think.
Yeah.
I would hope. I don't know. Yeah, it's getting thin, man. I think this is crazy. I'm still waiting for.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Shedeur, I feel like the story of the night has got to be Sanders falling out of the first round, most likely, right? Sure.
Yeah.
I don't see anyone trading up. The only thing I can see is none of these teams left need a quarterback. So unless someone else is trading up for someone, you're not moving up to get Sanders, unless you want to trade. Maybe like the Eagles know they can get their guy tomorrow, and they can get some value, and a team wants to get that fifth-year option for a quarterback. That's a possibility, but like that may be a little stretch.
Yeah, I think the possibility of probably it might just be moving up one or two spaces for today and tomorrow. It might be the Browns just saying, "Hey, can we move up one? We want Shedeur," and they get Shedeur. I think Washington's a great candidate to trade out as well. Getting draft capital for them will be nice. They have a lot of like 1-year rentals around their team. They were immaculate last year. I mean, making it to the NFC Championship game, no one saw it coming because the roster on paper was just not full. Like I said, a lot of veterans on their team that carried them along with Jaden Daniels. So, it's in one pick, but if someone wants to get Shedeur, might be Washington that you call.
Mike Green falling is just so shocking. I mean, Maxwell Hairston, another good corner available. Ran the fastest 40 time this year.
I mean, we still have Will Johnson.
Well, exactly. Yeah, we've said his name so much. I'm like,
Josh Simmons
Yeah.
still. I mean, there's still some great talent.
I mean, if you're Buffalo, I feel like one of those corners, like, or an edge rusher, but more so the cornerback, like, that would be plug and play right there for either Harrison or Johnson.
Absolutely.
The Commanders, like, do they go? Yeah, Trevion Henderson. Chiefs go Trevion Henderson. That's a possibility. I feel like.
Yeah.
There's just
Listen,
so many.
Washington would be fun if you just want to throw gasoline on the fire from last year and you still want to have an explosive offense. That'd be fun. But let's see what the Lions do here.
Don't be Mike. Don't be Mike.
It is not.
Wow. Another name we didn't even mention.
No.
Oh.
Tyleek Williams. Let me pull up his profile. Andrew, thoughts on the pick?
Well, I don't know. This is kind of funny because I was watching someone's like mock draft, and they actually had Tyleek Williams to the Lions, and I wasn't really sure why. But I mean, I guess they got some intel. I mean, they obviously want a run stopper.
Yeah, I think if they just saw, they know they're trying to compete for a Super Bowl. The Eagles are the team to beat right now, and they saw what the Eagles were doing in that playoff run with Saquon Barkley, just running over the Commanders, running over teams, except for the Chiefs, and they still dominated the Chiefs. I feel like they just saw that, and maybe we were like, we have to go get a run stopper to just eliminate that, and then make Jalen Hurts beat you in a shootout. I feel like that could be their thought process here. I said earlier, if you're going to want to win games in February and January, you're going to have to be able to stop the run. So I don't hate this pick for them. I think there was better talent and more game-changing players available. But if this is their guy, I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Yeah, no, it fits well. Defensive line was the need. You just didn't know if they were going to go tackle or edge. I'm just going to assume their thought process was, hey, we got a really good edge. We need something in the middle. And Tyleek Williams is that pick for them. It's a big dude that covers a lot of space. I think what's really impressive is that, if you boil down to it, probably people will say like, yeah, he's run stopper, but the way he can get to a quarterback sometimes is really impressive as well. So, probably Dan Campbell is in love with him, so it's probably gonna be a monster. So
he's probably a football player. He is a football player.
That's a football player.
Yeah.
And like I said earlier, he's a winner. He's at Ohio State, national champion. I think winning. You instantly move up my board one spot if you're on a national championship. That experience of just winning is priceless, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, the defensive tackles went a lot, like, very fast. So he was kind of just one of the guys left that could have been a first rounder, but it just depended on where the interior defensive lineman went.
Now with the Commanders. This is a good one. And we got Buffalo in between them and the Chiefs.
Yeah. I think this got to be defense. I know we mentioned the sexy pick of Trevion Henderson, but I think you just got to get younger on the defensive side of the ball. There's some impact players still left on the board that we're still scratching our heads that haven't been picked. So I really think it's kind of the pick of the litter. Do you want a top corner? Do you want a top edge? You can still even get a top linebacker. I don't think they're going to go linebacker. I think it's more of between corner and edge. But I've said that multiple times today, and we've seen receivers come out. So who knows? But yeah, I don't know. If you're the Commanders, man, you got to get impact players. You were there. You were in that championship game. You were a win away from the Super Bowl. Like, you got to get dudes that can ball, and there's quite a few that can. So we'll see.
Exactly right. Andrew, we're gonna bring in Meso, and then thank you for joining us. If you want to shout out your Twitter, Andrew does our Ravens Blitz accounts. And you can also find him at Cookie Kim on Twitter. Thank you, Andrew. You've been a pleasure to have on tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I'll see you
Bub.
guys.
See ya.
Oh, man. It's going to be interesting here. See what happens on these final few. Let's see, we got Washington, Buffalo, KC, Philly.
It's got to be like Ryan, Chiefs. What are they doing? We heard you talking yourself into a bunch of different options.
Listen, Brady spins it the way he wants to spin it because he doesn't like the Chiefs, right? But realistically, I am super high on Mike Green. I mean, I had him as my number 5 overall player. Absolutely would pick him in a heartbeat if he's available where the Chiefs are. Do I think they will? Not necessarily sure. I could 100% see them going Josh Simmons, a guy that a lot of people have been mocking to him, a guy that is a really good football player and a lot of people have as their tackle 1, but has a little bit of injury concerns, and that's a guy that Kansas City would definitely take advantage of if he's available. And now I'm going to stop going on my phone as much and getting them picks spoiled ahead of you guys, and these TVs are a little bit ahead, so I got to watch my reactions over these next few.
Yeah, I'm thinking I would have really liked to see, for fantasy-wise, Trevion Henderson here. I don't think it still could be the pick if he was their guy, but I think they got to go defense here. I mean, the pick of the litter of the top guys, they all fell to them. You just got to take advantage.
Yeah, see what
the
Goodell
pick?
says in a minute.
Here's good.
Oh, you guys seen it right now?
Wow.
Came up.
Oh, Ted.
Wow.
We are just dead wrong.
Off.
I think
As
after,
we said earlier today, this is going to be one of the most unpredictable drafts in recent memory, and the theme continues as wow. Josh Connerly Jr. is the pick here for the Commanders at 29.
Listen, and here's the thing, right? Here's what I said about the guy. Day 1 starter, right? Has some quick feet, but like a zone running scheme for the Commanders, right? That's not necessarily their bread and butter. They ran a lot of gap and man concepts last year, right? I don't know. They got Laramie Tunsil as well. They invested in that position. On the defensive side of the ball, can't necessarily say the same type of things that they've invested a ton into this offseason. I guess they really liked Connerly and felt the need they had to go get him here because they're not picking for a while, but not a huge fan of this pick.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah.
I mean, you always need to protect your quarterback, and I guess I like it's not the worst thing in the world to get a tackle, a first-round tackle, if you really like the guy. But I'm thinking if you're going to want to compete for a Super Bowl, you got to go out and get some edge rushers to get after Prescott, get after Hurts and Goff, and anyone else you got to run through if you're going to want it to go to the Super Bowl. So I'd give this like a C+, C-ish grade. Dean, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I definitely just would have went defense for them. I thought that would have been a major need. Kind of in the same vein as what we said about like the Giants taking Abdul Carr. It's like, you got to look around your division, right? You got to stop quarterbacks. Maybe not what the Giants have, but you got to stop Jalen Hurts and Dak. But also, you got to, I guess, protect your asset too. That is Jaden Daniels. I'm curious. I'm surprised maybe if I don't know, nobody called them, they wouldn't have moved back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's my thing too. You move back a few picks. I don't know. It's just interesting to see how they dealt here, but it is what it is. Still a lot of impact players, man, on the board, and you're looking at 3 of the biggest powerhouses in the NFL. Up next,
Randall, how we doing, dog?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What's up, bro?
what's up?
What's up, what? How we feeling?
Confused.
Very, very confused.
Where the Bills going here?
Will Johnson.
Secondary? Nah, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
Gotta
The Ravens just hurt my heart.
You steal the first.
That might be the steal of the first round. As a Chiefs fan, that's a steal of the first round. I think it will
No,
Johnson.
Holmes done. But
Unless
Allen's
listen,
got the center's motivation now, and they got a corner.
Hey, we're one pick away from Will Johnson being an Eagle at
Will Johnson coming to Philly.
nah, you guys don't need, dude. Mike Green, Will Johnson, Josh Simmons to 3 of the best teams in the NFL last year would be nuts.
Yeah.
We need
Yeah.
to start.
Don't tell me I'm turning off my phone for these last few. Not turning it off, but not checking it.
Yeah, I like Will Johnson here.
Dion.
Honestly, the Chiefs they just lost Justin Reed.
They did lose
Yes.
Justin. They're not going to pick him in war.
Shador Sanders is not a first rounder. That's crazy.
That is pretty crazy.
I would trade away this pick.
If you can't see,
Atlanta, yeah. I mean, if for what Atlanta got from the Rams or what Atlanta gave up to go trade up was
Yeah.
It was
But
shocking
they gave up a lot. And
after what the Giants gave up.
yeah, Giants too. I am just sitting here, eyes glued to what Buffalo's going to do. I am going to find this out for the first time, not on my phone today, and not in the room where everybody's reacting here.
Yeah, so how has the draft scene been? I mean, boots on the ground. I'm sure that's got to be a great experience.
It's pretty cool. I'd say definitely a little bit harder in terms of the interview process. It's very harder. Like, it's a little bit harder to talk to these guys post-draft because they just got drafted. You know what I mean? Like, it's not necessarily the thing they want to be doing. But it's been a great experience. Like, the atmosphere here is cool. A lot of people are just, like, doing the same thing as we are, live streaming, talking about the picks, stuff like that. But all in all, though, just it's always cool to be able to see everything in person and kind of have the access that we do here.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. As the commissioner should be, and here he is walking to the stage.
Yeah.
He picked Tommy.
What do the Bills even need right now?
Tommy.
Yeah.
Arda, you wearing a Colorado shirt or jersey?
Travis Hunter.
Oh.
Shout out to Trav.
Sure.
Yeah, he home. He right where he's supposed to be at.
What are they going to go here?
It's got to be Will Howard.
I mean, I've said it a million times. I think it's got to be Will Johnson. I said his name like 8 times.
Or not Will
man,
Howard,
but
Will Johnson.
Yeah, Will Johnson go right here.
oh man, yeah, it's just so surprising how this is all unfolded.
No chance. No chance.
Well, that reaction, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Who is it?
Yo, hey, Philly and Kansas City made a trade.
We just flip flop with y'all.
I think so. Yeah,
So,
the Chiefs made a trade.
wow,
Maxwell Harris.
but
Yeah,
not.
They
Wow.
Hey, Will Johnson coming to Philly?
Will Johnson,
Will Johnson
be-
coming to Philly?
a Philadelphia Eagle.
Will
I'll say
Johnson,
this.
Will Johnson and Kenyon
Right
Mitchell.
They got with speed at the quarterback position a lot this year. And, right, Harrison fits really well in what Buffalo does with zone coverage. Like I have in here, like his instincts in zone are very good. And that's what Buffalo loves to run. And he has the speed to go along with it. I think he's a good prospect. Like I said, I got him at 38. But over Will Johnson, man, I don't know about that. I think he's
saying this man might be a little corny, brother.
It's a good pick if Will Johnson wasn't there. I mean, Will Johnson, you should take him right then and there. But if Will Johnson was gone 10 picks prior like he was supposed to, this would be a fantastic pick. And it still is a good pick. Like you said, he's got that elite speed, ran the fastest 40 time in the combine this year. So we'll see. And like you said, Chiefs and Eagles swap picks.
They got the Chiefs just got a 5th rounder, basically.
5th rounder, love it. Love it. I mean, Eagles.
I think we have 4. We have 4 5th rounders, right?
Yeah, we have 20 picks in the next.
That's chump change.
Yeah.
Hey, that's not chump change for the Chiefs. I mean, we got a $60 million quarterback.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, yeah. No, this is I like this. This is probably one of the better.
You Eagles fans
pick
actually
fits.
want Will Johnson though?
Well, John's out. It's
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
his
Will-
knee,
we-
it's saying his knee injury is chronic though. Like if it's chronic, that's crazy work.
I mean,
That's
They
why
got-
he went.
I could
They
see
went crazy last year with corner.
It would be on brand for them to go Mike Green.
very on brand for them to go Mike Green.
Yeah.
They have the same strategy every year. Just pick who falls.
Yeah, exactly. And
Or if he's from Georgia.
Luther Burden right here. Luther Burden falling
Yeah,
out.
or who's from Georgia, he says.
And then Jalen Ramsey. We go Luther Burden and go Jalen Ramsey.
Luther Burden, yeah, because trying to think. We lost the DT and Edge. We lost Slay.
lost
Safety.
Slay, lost Sweat, lost Milton Williams.
Y'all might go. Chiefs might go Luther Burden. Get rid of
No,
Deion.
absolutely not. That is one of my things from this draft. No.
No,
Cut it out.
I
No.
mean, well, what Worthy is gonna run the slot? You can have Rice and
No, we got
Burton.
trust the trio. Trust the trio.
Rasheed Rice and Burton.
Yeah, we got other needs.
Well, Rasheed might be suspended for like what 8 games.
Yeah, on the bad side of things. Hopefully
He
it's
might
4 to
be
6.
suspended.
Why did the Birds trade? I hate that idea. I see green here. Sanders to KC. That's never
He
happening.
getting greedy. That's how he rolls, man. He getting
No one-
greedy.
Right, I like it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably Mike Green. If I had to put a name down for it, I'd say Mike Green.
Really thinking Will Johnson with the departure of Slay. I mean, they don't really take corners in the first round,
Okay.
or did last year. But
Breaking news that it's. You know what? I'm gonna wait. We're gonna wait this out. I don't want to know. Actually, I don't. Yeah, hold up. Let me mute my mic because I just want to know who's available for the Chiefs. I'll be back in a second.
I would love to see Will Johnson here. I mean, you want to have Will Johnson on one side, Quinyon on the other, and keep Cooper DeJean where he was dominant in the slot. So, I mean, I would love that. I mean, their secondary definitely took a hit. It was the best in the league last year, and you lose Slay and you lose Gardner Johnson. So you're really banking on the young guys to step up, and I feel like they definitely can. And if you had another young stud, I mean, that would be a great pick. Picking up either Will Johnson or Mike Green is a great pick. We've been saying that all night.
Listen, I'm just going to say right now that this is a player that's pretty good at football. He was within our top 32 prospects. I'll leave it at that.
That's what Howie does. That's what Howie.
Right.
He said he done had 32. He said he done had 32 first round draft grades though. So I don't know how he. What he
All right, so
planning
it's
on
not
doing.
Shador. It's not Shador.
It's not Shador.
Shador, I thought was in the top 32.
33.
Oh, 33.
That's
Oh,
crazy.
no.
That means
That's actually hilarious.
Aaron
30.
Rodgers.
Not
Aaron Rodgers is definitely going to the Steelers.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Aaron Rodgers is 100% going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was our first reaction.
the way he was talking on that Pat McAfee show, 100% that he was potentially heading out to Pittsburgh there. Sanders to the Chiefs. Why have I seen 2 comments about Sanders to the Chiefs in the last 5 minutes? That is the last thing that's going to happen.
Man, shout out to Howie. He didn't do anything, which is exactly given him. I mean, he moved up 1 pick to get his guy, but
What is Starks just went 27th? Starks just went 27th to the Ravens.
yeah.
Yeah.
He could have moved up. I thought he was going to move up and grab Starks, to be honest.
I wanted Starks, Green, or Johnson.
I do like Green though.
Well, there you go. We'll see.
Hey, well, one
Crazy.
other commercial break right now, I think it's a perfect time to announce our giveaway winner for the jersey.
Yeah.
Let me pull this up real quick. I got it in my notes. The Hall of Fame membership will come to those people that get rewarded that as well. Just we won't announce those just yet. The product had to go back into the shelf due to some mobile app problems. The winner for the free jersey is Trap Easy 11 on Twitter. Shout out to you if you're watching.
I was prepped.
Did you buy that thing before this?
I'm a Mizzou guy, so I
Is Burden? Yeah, he is. Okay. Then yeah, it's still okay. It'll be interesting to see. I'm not trying to spoil anything.
I would love it. I mean, do I think it would be the smart move if they took Luther Burden here? No, but
listen, I think it's a good player.
He's though. Like,
Great player. He's a fantastic player. I think he was one of my guys. I think that would be a luxury pick. I think it's a great pick if Will Johnson wasn't available or Mike Green.
It's a nice deal.
If Howie don't want Will Johnson, that knee injury got to be really bad. Like it's got to be like really bad.
It reminds me of remember years ago they took Sidney Jones in the second round because what was it, a foot injury? And it's Will Johnson having that type of fall. He was the number one corner prospect, and then
who's over there?
Let's see.
Come on,
Philly boys.
I want to hear the Eagles fans' thoughts first.
Yeah, I'm backing up from this. I knew it.
Wow.
If you guys watch Arnott's face over there,
that just threw me off a little bit. But you know what? I don't know. I think that's because Nakobe Dean.
G in the chat. Let's go.
Nakobe Dean don't be healthy when we need him to be healthy.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess he got somebody to go next to Bond.
Yeah, we re-signed Zach Bond. So, I mean,
look, the thing is, he's a really good player.
That's what I was about to say. Yeah, I'm not mad at it. Do I think there was better players at more of position of need? Yes, but I mean, Campbell, he's a stud. I mean, I'm an SEC truther, and he just balled out like in the SEC. First team All SEC, second team All American. We have him 16th on our board, best linebacker on our board. I'm not mad at it. It wasn't what I expected, especially like you said. This means that Nakobe Dean is probably not ready till maybe even like October, November-ish, late in the season, and maybe it's even worse than we think. Maybe Nakobe Dean's not the player that he could have been before he got injured. I'm not mad. We got a really good football player, like you said, Ryan. Is what it is. I'm happy with it.
I'll say this: like it's one of the best, if not the best, linebacker in the NFL. The biggest thing that perplexes me is obviously the needs at other positions, but it's not like they run a 3-4 type defense where they need more linebackers than defensive tackles. They run more of a 4-3 where they're deploying 2-3 times.
Rotating last year, it felt like.
Yeah, so like you have
fired up
linebackers, and I love that. And I think, I mean, even I'm looking at it on the screen right now. Notable Eagles front seven. You got Nolan Smith, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter. Like that's still an elite front seven. That's what Philly's about. So for that regard, it's awesome. Would we have liked to see Mike Green or Will Johnson on this team? Probably. But as Andrew said in the chat, talent is talent. The Eagles found good talent and good value here at 31 and had to go get them. And I'm interested why they just traded up one pick with the Chiefs. Do you think the Chiefs had any interest in him?
Yeah, there had to have been something. I'm not like, you're the Chiefs guy. I mean,
or I think that the Chiefs probably didn't really know. They probably didn't really care who they went right there, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, they probably feel like they had a position of, we'll take a fifth rounder. I don't know. Interesting.
Chiefs pick is in though. Like that was quick. They was like,
it's a nice move for the Chiefs. You move one pick and you get a fifth rounder. It's nice, and you can probably pick from a plethora of guys. So I
don't mind it at all. I mean, we're about to find out here if it's worth it or not. I mean, the guys available. Will Johnson, Mike Green, Simmons, all those three are really good players. And there's probably guys I'm forgetting too that are still available that we had in the top 32. Steven or Dean, who do we have in that top 32 still available?
So we have Will Johnson, obviously, Mike Green, Luther Burden, Johnson 10, Mike Green 13th, Burden 15th, Josh Simmons 17th. Can't scroll down any further. Dean, are you in the? Can you?
Yeah, Donovan Azaraku at 27, Trey Amos at 30, and then Siobhan Reveal at Vela at 31. So that's your top 32 still available.
I like those options.
Yeah, Jahad Campbell at 18.
The one I would be incredibly pissed off at, and Brady probably already knows the pick and is going to laugh at me right now, but Donovan Ezeraku would piss me off so much. That pick would just make me so mad.
I honestly thought that's who the Eagles might pick here. When you were like, top 32 player, I thought it would be a Howie pick taken because I've seen him mocked there a lot.
I don't want Ezeraku with these guys available. The only reason I think we go edge is if it's a player like Mike Green. Right? I think that makes sense. The needs are at the tackle. The guy that Omar Norman Lott, I think, is definitely in play here. I really liked him with the guys I had in my mock draft when he was available. I think at this point with the guys available, I have the guys available over him. But I think Omar Norman Lott's a sneaky pick here for the Chiefs, establishing that defensive tackle. We'll see, though.
Yeah, we've seen a real big run on that position tonight. Flying off the board, so that might just jump in.
All in all, this has been an up and down draft night. I mean, there's so many shocking picks. It's really been a great draft night.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really just that parity's been crazy.
His leg explodes. Shut up, Brady.
See it end the night.
There it is.
All right. Wow. Ryan, instant reactions.
I'm extremely happy with the way this played out. I mean, this was the guy that they were very interested during this process. Like we said, though, he has injury concerns, right? He's been a good football player on the field, but the injury concerns are real. That's the biggest worry. But the good thing is about it is that they have two options at tackle this year, and Juwan Taylor and Moore that can fill in while Simmons gets fully healthy, which is nice. But this is exactly what they needed. They needed a player with the talent of Josh Simmons because they rarely are going to pick 22 in Mahomes' career, and he has the upside of a top 15 talent in this draft if the injuries weren't around. So I think it's a good pick all in all. Just very interesting, though, to see the fact that Mike Green did not go in the first round. Will Johnson did not go in the first round. I mean, there's some really good players that were passed up in the first round. I mean, what are your guys' thoughts on this pick and the guys that are available?
Yeah, exactly. So I really like this Josh Simmons pick for the Chiefs. I mean, when you look back at the Super Bowl, how did they lose? They weren't able to block the Eagles' pass rush, and Mahomes was just getting hit. And like I said earlier, when you want to win in playoff football games in January and February, there's two things you got to do, and it's both with the defensive line. You got to get after the quarterback, and you got to stop the run. And with this pick, you're negating that, and the Chiefs have a good D line, and you need to protect Mahomes. So I feel like this really helps them. They had a need for tackle. You saw that in the Super Bowl. They fill that tackle, or they fill that need at tackle with a very talented player. Injury concerns probably made him slip to the end of the first round, but hey, I like it. And I said all night, winners. He's been at Ohio State, played in tons of big games, third team All Big Ten, won a national championship. He's going to be in the same kind of culture where winning is expected with the Chiefs. I think it's the slam dunk pick.
Yeah, definitely one of the last ones at the top of the tier for offensive tackle. So there's to me, I think there's a big drop off after it, and there's still a lot of handful of edges still out there. Like you said, Mike Green's still out there. Yeah, surprising how some of these guys did not make it. Did not get picked in the first round. I mean, Johnson, Green, Sanders, very surprising.
We're gonna have to go back and do a Mike Green, Will Johnson word counter. It's to be said like over 100 times for picks.
Yeah. What I'll say though with the Simmons thing too is that Steven kind of hit it on the head. Is you do need a great offensive line in order to have consistent production at the quarterback position, and we always see every single year the top MVP candidates have a pretty good offensive line that year. So always very interesting to see there. Dean, what's that face for over there?
Did you see on the stream that like Travis Hunter was like in Jaguars gear?
No.
I don't know. I just caught that at the end. That was crazy. Go carry on.
No, I'm all good now. But all I'll say is that heading into tomorrow, there's a lot of good players left, and it's going to be a very exciting second round. And one of the things about this draft class that a lot of people loved is the depth in this draft class. There are a ton of players that can have a significant impact in round 2, in the beginning of round 3, and even at the end of round 3 for teams to go out there and get. And I think we're going to see a lot of trades tomorrow for people that try to work up into those initial top 10 picks to get those first round talents that slipped into the second round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's going to be fun to see tomorrow what happens. Lots of talent left over, like you said, some top end talent. I mean, we've just been, I don't want to say it again, we've been beating it all night, but Will Johnson, Mike Green, still available. Luther Burden still available. Ezraku still available. You got some really damn good players still available that can make an impact for a team day one. So it'll be fun to see what happens tomorrow.
100%. I just want to give you and Dean a shout out. You guys have done a great job throughout this stream. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You carry.
And hey, I want to give a shout out to Andrew and Doug. You guys have been troopers. You guys were here from the first minute this thing started. 4 hours and 10 minutes later, you guys are still here tuning in with us. Both of you guys,
Andrew,
make sure you guys drop your Twitter @ down in the chat. We're going to give you guys Hall of Fame memberships when that product goes live for being absolute loyal Blitz supporters. You guys are going to love the fantasy football impact of those things for sure.
Yes, yeah. Andrew Horan, I'm glad your friend serious life investment on under 2.5 running backs in the first round. Good for him. Good for him. I'm glad he still has a future intact.
Yeah, no, thank God. I didn't think Henderson would go in the first, but there was smoke the last day that really picked it up. And I like the under the whole day with under 2.5 running backs for sure.
And a hit for quarterbacks. I mean, Shedeur Sanders, I feel like that's the biggest storyline of the draft, maybe. Sanders, just a free fall. I thought it was all smokescreen. I thought for sure he was going to get picked in the first. I really thought he was going to go to the Saints. So, obviously, it wasn't a smokescreen, and we see him falling out of the first round. Jackson Dart goes over him to the Giants. So now it's just where will Sanders go tomorrow, and will a team trade up early tomorrow to get Sanders? It'll be really interesting tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely will be. Looking forward to being there on Twitter for you guys, kind of breaking down those picks for all you guys. And we'll be here getting more interviews with fans, asking about them first-round picks with those guys walking around Green Bay and more people as well. But definitely very excited to kind of get through round 2 as well. But like I said, Dean and Steven, I really appreciate you guys hosting this thing. You guys did a great job tonight. For those of you guys still in the stream right now, we got a lot of content heading your way. We have 5 videos heading your way tomorrow. 2 fantasy football videos. Yes, the debuts on the fantasy football channel. And then 3 NFL videos heading your way. And you already know me and Meso's betting picks for tomorrow will be out there for you guys as well. So you guys stay locked. I really appreciate you guys tuning into Blitz Sports Media. And we will catch you guys next time.
Thank you, guys.